What is going on, people? Who will show up? People run away. So sorry about earlier show. We're gonna still had I tried to go live while the cameraman and the crew were live. They invited me to join them, or at least Jack did. And it turned out pretty cool. So this time around, you should be able to hear things. So we did a show talking about the kind of weird stuff that's going on in the woods in Ohio. I feel like pretty close. There's a weird looking thing behind me. So we're gonna have some fun. Play a video. If it's just me having fun, then it's just me having fun. See, I need to get this present going. So anybody is interested who sees this and has the empathy, or gumption to help me out with the progress, keep going. So there's donations. You just look up O.R.D. 3 on Cash App or on PayPal. O.R.D. 3, that'd be me. You look for Michael Adams. 5, 10, 20, whatever helps out. So we'll see. Since Tuesday, I've been doing physical therapy in the gym 5 times. So trying to beat, if it's even possible, the MS. And I got a lot of strength in my body. I got to lose about 20 pounds. If I want to get back out in the woods, somehow I got to overcome it. So hopefully I can do it. To those who donated the last time, and you helped out with me had enough money to get my son a present, just to let you know who it is. I got him a video game and a bike. It's not a brand new bike, but still a good bike. We got a good deal. So some kind of hyper or something, another mountain bike. Yeah. So thank you very much. You know it's two of you. You know who you are. So if anybody else can help out, that'd be great. If not, so be it. Same old, same old. So what are we going to do here? So yeah, it should be a good show. We're playing the show we did with Jack. But before we start with that, so most of the show, well, at least the first 2 hours, most of it will be about Ohio Grassman, Bigfoot, cryptid research in Ohio and Michigan. But beforehand, I did a little compilation. I'm having a lot of fun with the this whole cat, dog, and pet thing that's Trump said on the debate, and I made a little compilation of a video. This is not a pro or against. Those who listen to me know what my opinion is about elections. I think you should stay away from. Non-compliance is probably the best answer at this point. At this point.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
don't jump, it's not funny. I really do not feel fucking safe, bro. Like, everyone on this side, they've been making these jumps to get everything fucking funny. Like, and that's you be your own, bro. The whole fucking year for no fucking reason. What the fuck? This is not fun. This is not cool, bro. They really out here protecting these animals and are making jokes out of it. And that's just you went outside and you saw your motherfucking, you saw your son dead decapitated on the fucking ground like 32 fighters right up. This is a joke. It's not a joke. I was so comfortable walking anywhere. Like, what the fuck? I should be able to take in our own city. Everybody's fucking homeless out here. And shit, no fucking scary ass races. Fucking making shit. It's just not like the fight. I keep making this shit up. This is not that up, bro. This shit is real life. This shit ain't no joke. It's not funny. I really do not feel fucking safe, bro. Like, everyone on this time, they've been making these jumps to get everything fucking funny. Like, and that's just.
My father immigrated from Haiti to the United States in the late 60s as a teenager, and I want to talk about these recent Haitians is Bigfoot. First, I want to say my father and I are now estranged, but I did know him in my very, very young years, and when he immigrated, he was one person, and they were sending, thousands of Haitians in one area. He was eating people's pets and he didn't practice voodoo. But he did say that most of the island, the majority of the island, does practice voodoo. The reason they eat cats is for two reasons. Number one is survival. This is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. You can't just go to a food bank like you can here, or just go to McDonald's and get some free or cheap food. Unless, of course, there's a Christian missionary there. People in the United States have a really hard time imagining that type of thing, but it is true. Second, they do animal sacrifices for their religion, voodoo. They make these animal sacrifices to these gods for different reasons. You can do your own research on this. Do I think voodoo is a demonic religion? Yes, I do. That doesn't mean, obviously, that doesn't mean that you hate these people. These people need prayer. But you can't just take over all these people from another country and expect it to work. Not to mention it doesn't fix the problems of that country. And there's more people left in Haiti that we can bring over. It's not racist to acknowledge that this is a problem. It's not racist to talk about these things that are happening. This is not just white Americans saying this is Black Americans. You can look at the people in Springfield, Ohio saying that. Y'all just want to joke about Trump and say that he's crazy for saying that this is happening instead of actually checking at all to see if this is happening. You want to make jokes about these things. Well, what if it were happening to you in your community? And no, it's beyond feeding their pets, even though that is bad enough.
It's the same old theme since 1916. In your head, they're still fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are dying. Horrific sight Jackson Heim and others here have seen.
So my mom was out walking her dog, and she passed by, saw that black cat was severed in half.
Cats cut in half, others with their paws cleanly chopped off.
We have not found any blood around any of the bodies that we've picked up, and we've also, all of their internal organs are still around.
Each of these cats are part of a community colony. The first found dead 2 weeks ago. The second cat, this calico named Stella, found mutilated this past Sunday, and the third just reported on Wednesday.
For this to happen 3 times in 2 weeks when we haven't seen anything like this in 30 years, I find it hard to believe that that's just a random animal attack.
Neighbors that live along Park Drive have filed at least 3 separate reports with Houston police, and local detectives are investigating, saying there's simply just not enough evidence to know if this was done by an animal.
We don't know what the other half is.
While we were interviewing Jackson, Houston's BART team arrived to pick up the remains of the latest victim, collecting them for necropsy a full day after these residents called 911.
We talked to the officers yesterday, and as you can see, the body's still out here being
We had each other's back. We kept each other warm in springtime. And when we hit the coast, my heart still had to wander. I had to let you
That is why, also, starting with our administration, we gave TPS, temporary protected status, to Haitian migrants, 55,000. And then more recently, we extended temporary protected status to over 100,000 Haitian migrants for that very reason, that they need support, they need protection.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. 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 They're eating the dogs.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs and they're eating the cats. Eating the dog and eating the cats. So, we're going to be able to actually play this video I'm supposed to share with you guys. Start out with Mike Long Island Bigfoot, LIB, cameraman, trapper, and then is that wonderful? So interesting. Yeah, it's a good conversation, and we'll have some fun this night. What the heck? So, you know, the one channel I have, YouTube, I have a strike, and now I can't post anything again. And the other one, I got a warning. So, just a reminder to anybody who hears this, if there's anybody that hears this, is that you need to go to my BitChute channel. This one, BitChute channel is Old Religion Dystopia, Known versus Belief. Please go over there. And then the Rumble channel. The Rumble channels. This is Old Religion Dystopia. Old Religion Dystopia. And I'm going to try to start going live on Twitch. So what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start going live on Rumble, BitChute, or Twitch. So, because I constantly being censored, bananaed, shadow banned, fund good old YouTube. And it's boring. I get tired of the boringness. So there you go. Rumble. And look for those. And BitChute. So what else? I guess we'll get into it at some point.
You've never eaten the food.
Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Food in front of you. You might not have even seen it before. Today's Vietnamese delicacy is the Wild Elf King's Little Meat Stick. I believe you'll be very hungry after seeing it. As is well known, Vietnam, as a country at the top of the food chain, has very high standards for cuisine. This BBQ, which looks very appetizing, can fully replenish the nutrients your body needs. The man's name is Pete, and I don't know where he collected such delicious ingredients. First, he eagerly washed the ingredients in the small river in front of his house, then immediately prepared the ingredients needed for the BBQ. He mixed chili, onions, and some secret powder thoroughly. Then he placed the little meat sticks on the grill and began slow roasting them. We can see that the color has begun to turn golden. After that, he brushed them with the secret sauce. His friends beside him were getting impatient. Finally, it's ready, time to plate it. Plating is also an art. It must reach Michelin-level standards. From their expressions, it seems like it should be delicious. But who knows if eating it will be toxic? Have any of you ever eaten this thing? What on earth is it?
Yeah, what on earth is it? Do, 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 do. That looks like a very clean place to live and eat. Oh, let's watch this.
See it soon enough. But all week long I was at Claim 3, and a lot of it I was by myself, not filming, and a lot of stuff happened.
Mm-hmm.
And it was personal, I guess you could say. Like you said, a lot of personal things. The interaction was not what I thought it would be. Like it'd give me a pre-knock and then I'd look, and then, you know, some strange, it'd be like some talking where I'd turn my back and some weird, just gibberish. This is going to sound funny. I lost, was kind of like a little stand. I put it down, you know, where you put a camera on? Lost it, set it down in the forest, and I was like, man, I thought I knew where it was, and then you don't know where it is. And there was a knock, and I was like, that was weird. And then something fell from the tree, and the freaking tripod was right where it fell.
Well, I told you about that time where I have this thing where it's right here actually. So this thing right here is no good, right? With this goes to $100 pair of headphones for my video games, and if you don't place this in the Xbox, the headphones don't work. I left this in the mountains at this remote motel, whatever, right? And I'm like, oh shit, like I can't believe I did that. Like I can see where I left it. Like when I was packing, I go on Amazon, see if I can buy just that. And you know, they're like, you can. I go to Best Buy, I go here, I go there. Everyone's like, no. They all match up with the individual things. Like you have to buy the whole thing over again. And I'm like, I call the hotel. They're like, sure, we'll hold it for you if you want to come get it. So I'm like, even if I go get it between tolls and gas, like I'm still going to come out at $100 around at least, you know, to go get it. So I'm like, well, I'll just buy it all over again. I'm like, forget it. So I'm digging through all my stuff one more time because I'm like dumping my bag upside down. And I'm like, all right. And I literally said to myself, all right, I've done everything I could humanly possibly do. I give up, like, whatever. It is what it is. And all of a sudden, if I didn't see it pass in front of my eyes, I would have thought it fell out of my bag somewhere. But I saw it, and I'm standing in my house, and I saw it pass in front of my eyes and drop and hit me on my toes. So it literally fell out of thin air in my house like that. So, you know, take it or leave it. I mean, but something I left 250 miles away was, you know, dropped right in front, dropped in my lap. So, you know, it was a real eye opener for me. And first thing I did was rang Mike Patterson because he has Marbles Material, Sasquatch Ontario. I don't know if you guys follow him, but
Yeah.
He has marbles materialize all the time out of thin air, so I called him right away. And like he was like, you know, more or less like, you know, no big thing, right? Like no, it's like, you know, water up a duck's back. Like it was no big deal to him, but he was just more or less like, oh yeah, they could do that, and then this and that, and da 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 da. I'm like, all right. I'm like, all right. And I wasn't gonna talk about it because I felt nuts. Like I felt like if I tell people this shit, I'll just sound like a Looney Tune. But I was like, at the same time, if I don't, then I'm not doing I'm not doing anyone any favor. By by keeping it to myself. But but there are some things like that happen where when they happen off camera, I choose to just leave them like for me. You know what I mean?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was very interesting on that. I was like, well, thank you, man. I was
right.
Yeah. Mr. Wonderful O.R.D.
What is up? I made it.
You made it. Hello. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it.
For sure.
He says, do you think the orbs happened before the presence of Sasquatch or maybe other entities? I couldn't tell you that. I don't think I got enough data on it, but I can tell you when there's orbs, it's always followed up with activity, Sasquatch activity. But I don't know if those two go hand in hand.
I think they do, but I think orbs go hand in hand with a lot of things. You know what I mean? It's not just them. You know what I mean? It's not just Sasquatch related.
That's for sure. 100%.
Yep. I know when, I believe they were fired up. Mike was out there doing his thing, and then I switched off because he was getting a lot of activity around him while he was getting activity in front of him. So I switched my game up. I was like, you know what? I'm right here. I might just start camera 2 for him. You know what I'm saying? Because he was getting things thrown at him, hearing things behind him, and he didn't have none of his devices, that he could put there. So I became camera 2. And
I'm not sure what happened here.
It was pretty amazing. But yeah, I've never seen anything like it. I've always seen littler ones, but nothing like that at all. So it was a first for me, first for everybody, I guess. Some of the watchers.
No, yeah. I mean, I think it's great. Like a lot of your subscribers are like, newer people who are like interested in the subject, and like, and you guys are going through emotions like slowly and like very methodically, and it's really good. It's fun. It's fun for me to watch. You know what I mean? Like as a seasoned like old man in the game, like you know what I mean? Like it's nice for me to watch. Like I enjoy it. Yeah, I really do.
Yeah, we definitely love your input.
Old man, what are you talking about?
Not old. I mean, like seasoned veteran. Like I had my.
Be our sons. We're talking about.
I'm the oldest one in here. Let's not fool each other.
I'm glad you're owning that.
Yeah. I'm feeling it too, man. I started doing physical therapy and working out again, trying to fight the MS, man. And it's like, oh boy.
God bless you, man. Thank you all for the donations and support. Thank you.
Yeah, so I am a little late to everything. What?
You're Mr. Wonderful, though, man.
I am Mr. Wonderful.
Sue, hello.
So what are we talking about as of right now?
The green orb that I filmed. It was about, judging from the distance, it got to be probably basketball size, maybe a little bit bigger. Not much bigger.
Okay, that's awesome. Was that at Claim 3?
No, that was during Mike's investigation. There was so much going on around him that I just started. I was like, you know what? I'll just become camera 2 for him and video and stuff. But that that weird scream that started coming towards him that I filmed. It's only about a 12-minute video. I didn't want to make it, too much longer, but there was a lot of activity. That screams, I dreamed about that scream for like 3 nights.
Wow.
Kind of woke up every time that, after the scream was over, I kind of like popped up like, what the hell? And I just think, sometimes I think the entities or whatever's out there messes with you.
Oh yeah, it's like a sniper rifle the way they use their vocals. Like these things can aim it right at you, and to the point where it doesn't even make sound to anybody else. You know what I mean? Like there could be like hikers a mile, half a mile away or something, right? They won't hear a thing. Like they won't hear a thing. Like it's hard to explain, but yeah. Blood curdling screamers.
Yeah. 12 minutes of terror. That's what I said. I wanted to call it. Yeah. And claim 3, wait until y'all see that. I think, man, sometimes I go, did that bring something? Did something attach itself to me for a minute that drained energy?
Was claim thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
The jellyfish, sorry, not stupid.
Jelly Man, yeah. Who kind of got a name, I think. We had someone come out and give me their input, and they gave me a name, what they felt. And it kind of, I didn't know any of the information. I didn't say nothing to this person. It was a medium. Kind of put a name to the place and what they kind of felt, and it was going to be neat to see. And not a medium like you think. I thought it was going to be like, gothy. No, I mean, professional. Everything was professional dressed, and pretty good. But just to help the guy out, I mean, I think he was spot on what he was telling me. They were spot on what they were telling me, and it's like, wow. So anything big coming up?
No, really. I don't know if anyone's in New York. The Whitehall Festival is the end of this month, which is always a good time. I'm probably not going to make it again because it's just the end of the month is just a list of my funds below time of the month. So I probably won't make it there, but yeah, more or less, I'm just trying to get out to you guys at some point soon.
Yeah. Mary, you can stay here, or
yeah. I'll probably, we'll work it out, and I'll just find a time where I have like a few days off, and I'll just hook it out there, and whatever happens. If we only get out one night or whatever, it is what it is. You could just sit around and shoot the shit for a while and bounce ideas. There's a lot of things I want to say to you guys that I won't, and show you guys that I won't. I don't put out, like I don't put it in the public.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just the way it's come to that point where I have to do it that way. I know people will say like, oh no, like tell everybody, but it's not. I have children, like I can't have stuff come to my house, I can't have things come to my door. So.
Right. I know what you're saying, man. I think everybody knows what you're saying.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Trapper, things are starting to lighten up for you. You'll be out more?
Yeah, I should be getting out a little bit more. Things are starting to lighten up. I mean, hunting season is right around the corner, though. I sometimes get busy during hunting season.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of tracking.
All right. For anybody who may stick it out this far. Stick it in, stick it out. So I just go through some images that I've filmed in the past. This is an interesting structure that I filmed on the edge of the highway. What big? Was that 2018, 19? This is interesting entities, just a couple of them. This one right here in particular is fascinating. It looks like he's got a mask on. The nose, mouth, eyes, and eyes. Done that in 2019. So it must be 19. A lot of the stuff I filmed in 2017 and early 18, I erased. So we're going to still watch that show I did earlier tonight with the cameraman and the crew, but I need to download it in a higher resolution because it's looking funky looking. This is one of these interesting things where heads, eyes, a face popping out of the trees. And if you look pretty close, you can see the eyes, the face. This one's pretty good right here. This is right here. You see the eyes and the nose, the skin. Then this is manifested with the eyes. It's definitely not the leaves. This is the one that's using his background of late. It's certainly an entity of some sort. It's more than just one, though. It's like a little guy next to him. They always have these little guys with them. This is one I filmed in a grove. You'll see there's an entity right here. See the eye. Then you got this one right here. It's got the dark reset eyes, the nose, mouth. Is it Dogman? Some would say so. This is the tree. This is, like I said, a grove. You can see him right there. This, like I said, this is on the side of the road. There's an office building right there. And it's just this patch right here. And there they are right there. So they say you have to go deep in the woods. But I prove you don't have to be deep in the woods. A little funky. It's the same one. This is an interesting one. There's a strange thing going on with it right here. That's for sure. There's another one right here too. Weird. I'm watching my son play t-ball or baseball in his team. This is a group of them right here. Believe it or not. And if you don't believe it, farewell. Fine for me. There's a group of them right here I filmed. There's a head in the grass right here. Just a small one. I call it baby Bigfoot, but now I don't know. And there's an entity right here. An entity right here. What's interesting about this one, it's popping out of this tree. He's got all these little faces all over the place. You definitely see that there. This is interesting, a head. Once again, another one of these heads that manifest in the middle of trees. And there's a ravine down here, and there's a parking lot, and there's a grocery store. And I argue that you see these things a lot. It might take about 20 minutes more to upload the video. So, unfortunately, resolution sucks. Anyways, there's some entities right in here. There's a big guy right here. It's not a branch. It's not a tree. It's not a beehive. It's an entity of some sort. This is an example of one of these little guys. These are these guys that seem to almost have it looks like they have goggles or glasses on. This is 2019 as well. There's a very shadowy being right here. Would it materialize and turn into something that looked like a Bigfoot? This one's interesting. Companion spirits. It's hard to see, but the one that's definitely is right here. This one's a strange one. Oh, it's like it has buck teeth. Original photo will lighten up a bit. There's the buck teeth, the eyes, the distorted nose. This is what I'm using for my background for tonight. It's like a ghoulish looking creature. You definitely see it sticking out. Is it a Bigfoot? No, I don't know. I don't think so. But there's a lot of different things to them. Once again, this is one I filmed. I believe this would be Mars. Eyes, nose, mouth has like fangs, chin. So kind of, is that an ear? Some type of crown of some sort? And it's got like a cone head shape. Manifesting on Mars. What is Mars? Something going on here. What it is, I don't know. So you have this guy right here that's manifesting. But then he's got this guy manifesting here. It's like something that people call like a cat man type thing. It looks like I was filming this with my friend, Eric. This one is a rather interesting entity. Some strange thing going on. There's my strangeness going on in 2019. Head manifesting once again in its tree. Sure, with the silence. Sometimes you just feel like wasting an evening. You know, you feel like there's nothing's going to be done, accomplished by it. Sometimes you just feel like wasting your evening. My son's camping, so he's camping with Boy Scouts. I figure, you know, what do I do? Waste some time. Somebody will hear this at some point, maybe, maybe not.
Towards the end of the 13th century, a large part of Cannock Forest in the English Midlands was cleared and hunting rights granted to the Bishop of Lichfield. In November 1292, Roger de Mayland led a hunting party across what was now known as Cannock Chase. He had no reason to suspect that, along with the deer and a dwindling population of wild boar, there was another large creature that avoided human contact. Hidden in the bracken, something was watching. Something feral, ferocious, and utterly savage. The hunt was pursuing a stag into woodland when one young man was struck on the head by a rock thrown from the oak trees and fell from his horse. A large, hairy, human-like figure jumped onto the track and pushed over another rider with incredible strength. The bishop himself then brandished his golden crucifix, and the strange animal ran back into the forest. Several hunters attempted to follow, but their horses were too frightened to enter the trees. A few days later, the young man died of his head injuries, and the bishop offered a reward to anyone who could locate the wild man's lair. Nothing came of it. This carving on Lichfield Cathedral is thought to represent the figure encountered by the bishop. Anglo-Saxons called them Woodawassa, but later in Middle English the word became woodwoes, meaning the wild man of the woods. This is the earliest record describing the wild men or woodwoes of Cannock Chase. But what are they? A kind of savage human? Or something more ape-like, more primitive? In the Middle Ages, woodwoes appear frequently in European art and literature. German and Italian engravers often depicted wild men and wild women in their work. In Britain, woodwoes are featured on numerous tapestries, bestiaries, and illuminated manuscripts, while carved images can be seen on many churches dating from the same period. Written around 1390 in a Northwest Midlands dialect, the tale of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight describes a fight between the hero and woodwoes who lived among the rocks. The stories of St. John Chrysostom tell how, as a penance for fornicating with a princess and then murdering her, he lived like a beast on all fours, eating only grass and berries, until his sins were forgiven by a child conceived from the coupling. Woodwoes are sometimes depicted as nature spirits, but most often they are represented as real flesh and blood creatures who could kill men and ravish women. By the late Middle Ages, Woodwoes were believed to be people who had descended into madness and either by force or by choice retreated from their communities into the woods and forests. But with no contact from the outside world, how long can a human survive alone in the wilderness? In 1731, a ferocious wild girl was captured by French villagers in the region of Champagne. Christened Marie-Angélique Mamie Leblanc, the girl had been living in the surrounding forests for 10 years, but was taught to speak and later became a respected member of society. A wild boy in another part of France was seen and caught several times, until he finally allowed himself to be taken in 1797. Victor of Aveyron had had almost no human contact for most of his life and was unable to develop language skills. In the late 1800s, British photographer Peter Dugdale saw two feral children in Coniston, perhaps a brother and sister, living like wild pigs in a slate cave. They were observed by local people for many years, but perished during a particularly severe winter. However, it seems unlikely that cases such as these, as well as the numerous examples from around the world of children raised by wild animals, could explain the many sightings of large, hairy bipeds seen on Cannock Chase. In 1695, Celia Fiennes, England's first woman travel writer, passed through Staffordshire and noted,
"The people of Cankwood collect fern and are thus able to make a living, though I am informed there are parts of the woods where they fear to tread. This is where abide the woodwoes, or wild men, hidden in the tunnels that run under the heath. He is something like a large man, and hairy like a bear. Seldom seen, the people hereabouts leave the woodwoes be, lest he take their food, or children."
Philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau suggested that all men were born with the potential for goodness, but that civilization created envy and turned them bad. Rousseau thought the so-called savages of Africa and North America were examples of unspoiled humans. Rudyard Kipling's Mowgli, Edgar Rice Burroughs' Tarzan, and Florence Blackwell's Lanu are intelligent people living apart from civilization, but who still show an understanding and awareness of justice and morality. The Woodwoes of Cannock Chase show no signs of such noble savagery. In 1704, doubting the seaworthiness of the ship he was on, Scottish buccaneer Alexander Selkirk asked his captain to leave him on a small, uninhabited island off the coast of Chile. Forced to move inland by vicious attacks from sea lions, Selkirk made huts and clothes for himself, while also becoming an accomplished goat hunter. 1 year into his sojourn, Selkirk encountered a tall, wild, hairy man in the wooded part of the island. The creature reminded him of Amphere Liathmore, the big grey man, a legend his father had told him when he was a child in Scotland. But in his memoirs, he identified the creature as a woodwoes and describes his attempts to communicate with it. After a violent dispute over some goat meat, Selkirk was forced to use gunpowder to scare the creature away. He never saw it again, and afterwards regretted his actions. Selkirk's experiences were later fictionalized by Daniel Defoe as the life and surprising adventures of Robinson Crusoe. Defoe transformed Selkirk's woodwoes into the more human character of Friday, a native man Crusoe rescues and who becomes his ally and companion. In the 1750s, enclosures were constructed on Cannock Chase to farm rabbits. The local populace who used the land revolted. They destroyed warrens and set fire to fences, and it was during one of these so-called rabbit riots that a large hairy creature was captured as it ran from the flames. The injured animal was held in a barn, and witnesses believe the captive was an unusually wild-looking poacher whose clothes must have been burned away. When the strange figure was being transported to the jailhouse in Rugeley, it overcame 5 men and escaped into woodland, where it disappeared for good. In 1775, Dick Slee left full-time employment at Shugborough Hall and asked his employer if he could live as a hermit in a corner of Cannock Chase. Lord Anson agreed, and for some years Slee was visited by children who gave him food and listened to his stories. But one day Slee told them that a woodwose lived nearby and that they should never be out on the chase at twilight when the creature hunted. The terrified children told their parents, and later Lord Anson himself spoke with Slee. The old man swore that the story was true and showed where he had seen the animal, which he described as being as tall and as hairy as a circus bear. No further sightings were reported by Slee, and grieving over the death of his pet hare, he ended his days in a Rugeley workhouse. Cannock Chase covers 26 square miles of woodland, and coal mining has been carried out in the area since the 1200s. During the Industrial Revolution, extensive coal pits were sunk, worked, and eventually abandoned once they were no longer profitable. 7 centuries of earthworks have left hundreds of miles of tunnels and shafts, now hidden in dense forest. And many folk tales describe monsters and witches living in the subterranean caverns. In 1829, a roof collapsed at a coal pit on the Chase, and 3 miners were trapped underground for almost 2 days. Rescuers worked around the clock, digging through the debris, expecting to find the victims suffocated. Miraculously, all 3 were found alive. One of the survivors claimed that before their safety lamps had run dry, a woodwose had clawed a large hole into their tunnel from an unknown adjacent cave chamber. This enabled fresh air to circulate and kept them breathing until help arrived. A doctor cautioned that the miner was suffering from the effects of an oxygen-poor atmosphere and that the woodwose had simply been an hallucination. This is Emma Watterson. Born with chronic hypertrichosis, she became known as the Woolly Girl of Ipswich. Her family sold her to a travelling circus, and she was exhibited throughout England in the 1840s. In 1847, she was paraded at Lichfield Bower, but apparently escaped and was rumoured to be living on Cannock Chase for some years afterwards. A poet named John Ralph encountered Emma some years later and regularly met her at a secluded spot on the Chase. She was accompanied by a human-like figure. Her suit, one might almost say furry, and quite naked. Emma's condition hid her face, and therefore also her emotions. But I believe I sensed sorrow on parting, as the muscular brute pulled her after him. Ralph speculated that Emma may have found a physiologically suitable mate amongst a group of woodwoes. He never saw her again. The penny horrible was a cheap form of sensational journalism, extremely popular in the second half of the 19th century. Although embellished, the stories were often based on fact. And one such tale from 1867 describes an encounter with a Cannock Chase woodwoes, said to have taken place 100 years before. The Hunston sisters of Brockton Hall did not return from their weekly ride across Cannock Chase, and their families became concerned. The penny horrible describes how the young women were attacked by a woodwoes, and their bodies found by Lord Hunston and his friends. Lady Martha appeared to have been partially devoured, the remains left in a cave on the chase. Lady Hannah had apparently escaped from the cave, but had then been accidentally shot and killed by members of a search party hunting for the woodwoes. In 1903, a series of cattle mutilations near Cannock Chase led to the conviction of George Idalgi, an Indian national. The circumstantial evidence that led to Idalgi's arrest included accusations of writing poison pen letters, as well as being seen at night in the vicinity of the attacks. Employing techniques his famous fictional detective had used, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle mounted a campaign to have Idalgi's conviction overturned. The creator of Sherlock Holmes was convinced the prosecution had been driven by racism, and that the mutilations were being committed by a desperately hungry woodwoes, perhaps driven by a severe winter. The attacks against livestock continued while Idalgi was in prison, and he was eventually granted an early release. No other arrests were made, and the culprit, be it man or beast, was never caught. At the start of World War I, 2 large military training camps were constructed on the chase at Brockton and Rugeley. Between 1916 and 1918, over 6,000 German prisoners of war were kept at Brockton Camp, many of them crews from captured U-boats. British military documents record that the prisoners were reluctant to attempt an escape, explaining that some of them had heard and even seen the mythical German Wildermann moving in the surrounding trees at night. After the First World War, unemployed miners were set to work on the chase, planting thousands of Scots pine saplings to create Cannock Chase Forest. It has been suggested that the disturbance to its habitat was directly responsible for a decline in woodwoe sightings. Perhaps the animals prefer oak and birch woodland to pine forest. Castle Ring is an Iron Age hill fort located in the south of Cannock Chase. In 1926, 4 children were playing there when they made an unsettling discovery. Thinking they had found the skeletal remains of a badger, they took the skull back to their home. Their father was curious and showed it to a friend who was a vet. He believed the cranium belonged to a gorilla. A single report in a local newspaper is all that is known about the story. Whether the skull actually belonged to a woodwoes and what happened to it afterward are not reported, and further inquiries have drawn a blank. In the late 1930s, Staffordshire County Council took their cue from the Scottish Tourist Board and began promoting the idea that a mysterious woodwoes lived on the chase. But whereas tourists to Loch Ness could safely watch for Nessie from the shore, the idea that Cannock Chase might harbour a potentially dangerous and unknown large animal kept people away, and the campaign was swiftly dropped. In the 1950s, the Friends of Cannock Chase produced a series of guides describing the flora and fauna of the area. In one pamphlet, there is a description of a woodwose seen several times from the triangulation point at Stile Cop. The Cannock Chase Courier sent their photographer, who produced this image using a telescopic lens. While researching this story, we were given access to a home movie taken around the same time as the Stile Cop sightings. Is this the only known moving film of a woodwose? If the figure is merely a hill walker, why is he walking off the path? More sightings were reported, but the figure was never formally identified. Between 1965 and 1967, 3 young girls were murdered on Cannock Chase. During the investigation, hundreds of police and volunteers scoured the woodland, and it was reported that a cave with human bones had been found. Eyewitnesses spoke to the local press about the discovery, but the police later dismissed the story as an exaggeration of the unearthing of a fox den. However, during a press interview, a correspondent captured a very strange noise.
We wish to extend our gratitude to the general public, some of whom have been helping search the chase for many hours. I'm sorry, Inspector. We've just heard that noise to... Yeah, okay, sorry, Inspector. Perhaps I'll ask the question again. Why? Go ahead.
In recent years, local newspapers in the West Midlands have carried reports of what some witnesses have claimed is a British Bigfoot. The descriptions seem to be based on the popular American film hoax showing a man in an ape costume, and bear little similarity with the traditional woodwose of Cannock Chase. In 1972, the city of Birmingham, only 20 miles from the chase, erected a statue in the city centre. It was widely assumed that the figure represented the fictional giant gorilla King Kong. But rumours persist that the statue was actually inspired by the Cannock Chase woodwose. As man continues to explore his world, he begins to appreciate how much he does not know. 100 years ago, Charles Darwin published On the Origin of Species, and since then, scientists have discovered incredible abilities in creatures everywhere, the result of millions of years of evolution and adaptation. But beyond courtship displays and advantages for hunting or hiding, much of what we observe in animals remains a mystery. We should always remember that we ourselves experience the world using our meager 5 senses, whilst creatures such as bats and dolphins employ sonar, radar, and infrared vision, far beyond our own capabilities. Who knows how many creatures have evolved powers outside the scope of our own limited perceptions? Creatures able to hide in full view from predators, using physiological mechanisms we do not as yet understand.
list of my funds a low time of the month, so I probably won't make it there, but yeah, more or less, I'm just trying to get out to you guys at some point soon.
Yeah. Mary, you can stay here, or
yeah. I'll probably, I'll probably we'll work it out, and I'll just find a time where I have like a few days off, and I'll just hook it out there, and whatever happens, If we only get out one night or whatever, it is what it is, Even if we just sit around and shoot the shit for a while and bounce ideas. There's a lot of things I want to say to you guys that I won't, and show you guys that I won't. I don't put out, like I don't put it in the public.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just the way it's come to that point where I have to do it that way. I know people will say like, oh no, like tell everybody, but it's not. I have children, like I can't have stuff come to my house, I can't have things come to my door. So.
Right. I know what you're saying, man. I think everybody knows what you're saying.
Yeah.
Trapper, things are starting to lighten up for you. You'll be out more?
Yeah, I should be getting out a little bit more. Things are starting to lighten up. I mean, hunting season is right around the corner, though. I sometimes get busy during hunting season.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of tracking for hunters and stuff. So, but the business is starting to slow down a little bit. So, yeah, I should be getting out a little bit more.
Awesome. Mr.
Mike,
Wonderful.
Mike, you're more than, welcome to stay here, too. I mean, I got a big house. I got more than enough room, now that my kids.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Oh, so.
Doors are open for all you guys, man.
Yep. Anybody wants to come down?
Spend $1.
Yeah, it makes it easier when you don't have to worry about finding a place to stay, because that's where all the money gets drained.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
But anyway, we'll talk more soon. Speaking of the kiddos, I got to put this one to bed, and I did want to stay and hang out longer, but daddy duty calls. So
you're a good father, man. Keep it up.
I appreciate it, guys. Well, keep trucking along, guys. I'll catch you soon. All right.
Absolutely, brother.
Lord of O.R.D, it was good to see you, Mr. Wonderful. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, bro. Keep trapping. All right, later, buddy. Later, guys.
Speaking about that, Mr. Wonderful, O.R.D, same invite, man. You need to get down here.
Yeah. I'm actually going to have to talk to you about that because the boys want to come down and come join a hunt. The boys are ready whenever you guys are.
You got to wear the big boy pants, man. We don't run.
I wear those every day. But I did get challenged for Call of Duty tomorrow for $400 by Boss Man.
Oh, nice.
He thinks he's going to beat me.
$400. That's not a bad gig.
$400, man. You better win.
Exactly.
PC, how you doing?
But yeah, other than that, I don't really got anything big going on. That's about it.
Yeah.
But basically, I'm gonna end up talking to you about when all the boys are gonna come up there to do a hunt with you guys.
Whenever you want.
It's all just trying to get out of their scaredy trousers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't run. They can't either. There's a lot of people we took out that won't go out no more. It's not good for us. They're like, we're never going back in the woods.
So you guys have been still pursuing this stuff on a consistent basis, a weekly basis. Now that it's September and the temperature is a little more tolerable, it's not so humid, have you noticed any difference in experiences? So the question I have to you guys is, okay, there was August, an extremely humid month. The whole summer was humid. But this month has been quite pleasant. So have you noticed any difference besides personal comfort, have you noticed any difference in activity? And what is the difference?
Yes. I went to 3 out of the 5 spots that I've stopped at. There was no activity. They're gone. Now, we know, me and Trapper know, that they leave some areas during hunting season. Hunting season's starting. They're just like deer. I repeat that. They're just like deer. Deer know to get out of some of these areas. And so do these creatures. I mean, it was dead. Like the swamp. Dead. I mean, so we know they go higher. We know that. Me and Trappers chased them higher in elevation. But it seems like this time of year, last month it seemed like there was a lot of activity in these spots. Now I think that was just rushing for the food source. This month, I think they clear out. Coming into hunting season, they'll clear out, go higher in some of these areas, not all of them, but the hunting zones.
Yeah, I mean, my theory is, we live around a lot of long distance hiking trails. Like we live by the Buckeye Trail. The Buckeye Trail runs into the North Country Trail. The North Country Trail goes from the Dakotas all the way to New York. The Buckeye Trail follows. It's 1,400 miles around Ohio. Then you get on the North Country Trail. The North Country Trail goes to the Long Trail, which is in New York. And then the Long Trail runs into the Appalachian Trail. My theory is some of these things will get on these long distance trails, including power lines, stuff like that, and they'll follow these long distance trails just like hikers do to higher elevation. That's my theory when it gets to start getting closer to winter. Get away from hunting, because hunting season is 3 weeks away from here. That's my theory, that they go higher and they just start following these trails.
So do you guys think that they follow the deer?
Mm-hmm. I believe they follow it. They follow the deer.
My first encounter with that Crow Indian medicine man in that ravine, there was consistent sighting of deer in that area. That's exact location. Consistent sightings of deer. And I just wonder if there is a correlation.
Yeah, I think so.
I believe those stuff herds.
Yep. Lori says, growing up, I lived in foothills of Sierra and spent summers at Mount Hood, Oregon, and then now live in Washington State. You would think I would have an experience at some time. If you're just going out to the forest and you're just hiking, a lot of people don't, or they might have an experience and not recognize it.
That's a darn good question. Why do some of us actually have encounters and experiences and sightings, and other people don't ever have anything? And they'll spend a lifetime researching this stuff and never have anything. Why is that?
I've always said this. I'll do. My channel is separated between hiking and Bigfooting, and I tell my subscribers, please watch my hiking videos as well, because I have another theory as these most of the reports come from people out there hunting, fishing, hiking, camping, having fun in the woods, and I think a lot of these people do not realize what is going on those trails when they hear the signs until they see something right in front of them. Like, oh my gosh, it's there. Just like I did a hiking video last Sunday. I was on the Buckeye Trail doing a hiking video, and I heard tree knocks going off like crazy. And we were in a known area. I was in a known area where Jack and I started this whole thing. And I know they were there.
So I have a theory about that. And that is that once they know that the game is on, and if people don't know or don't believe, are not interested. They seem to have, there seems to be a correlation. I can't say for certain. There seems to be a correlation that if people are not tuned in, they'll miss the signs, if you will.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, that's dead on. Right. Yeah, that's dead on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just think of the people that go looking for paranormal. They find paranormal activity, and then it kind of, they're stuck with it. And then say I go to an old abandoned house and I'm just walking through grabbing garbage, cleaning up the place, and I'm like, well, this place wasn't haunted. But say Trapper goes in and, does his ghost hunt. He's seeing all kinds of stuff, and I'm like, oh, I was in there and didn't get nothing. I think it's the same thing. You go looking.
So what I notice is like there's different kind of experiences or encounters. You have your crew here. Trapper seems to have different kinds of experiences than you do. And that even Mike seems like he has different experiences than Jack. And except so have you guys ever thought about that? Why is it that you guys could be in the same area, general area, within yards of each other, and three of you could have some kind of different experience going on? What's going on there?
I think it's at a level. What level you are. It's funny that you mentioned that, because when I caught that white Bing sitting down, whatever it was, just before that, they started having camera problems, both of them. One had to change out his batteries, MT had to fix his lights and do something else because something happened. And then just feet away, I catch this thing. I didn't have no camera problems. So I don't know if it's meant for each of us, like Trapper had the thing that he
sees that we all have our uniquely designed experience, something external outside of ourselves. We have no influence in that. Except we're talking about Trapper here, so maybe they're like, maybe that dude's gonna put something in us or trap us. He might be a potential threat to them. Just with the fact that his skill. Is there a possibility of that? I bring that up, not flippantly, because I noticed that a lot of guys who are experienced hunters and woodsmen, they might have a couple encounters, but it seems like just a couple encounters. It's not like something that's maybe chronic, if that makes sense, or consistent, maybe is a better way of saying it. Is that the case? I wonder why that is. Just a question. I don't know what the answer is, but why is it a guy like Trapper has a couple experiences, but you have far more experiences? And of course, you're out in the field more, but
right.
So, but I don't think it's so much a numbers game as most people think it is.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's a numbers game either. I think it's on your experience, how you act. I mean, like Trapper's had activity out there when I didn't, just like he's seen that thing. He looks back at me. He's like, what beautiful eyes. I see it.
Right. We're talking to us. Let's pick Trapper's brain here a little bit so I don't get chance. Oh, boy. So have you had more experiences on the solo, on your own, or with the crew?
With the crew.
Okay. So what do you think that is? Because you're more focused on that particular thing, or is it, you're focused on having the experience?
Yeah, I'm more focused because I'm more focused doing just a Bigfoot hunt. When I'm on my own, I'm pretty much doing a hiking. I'll go out backpacking by myself or hiking by myself. And like I tell a lot of my subscribers, I want you guys to find what's around me in the woods, because I'm just hiking. I'm paying attention to the trail markers and everything, so I don't get lost. So a lot of my stuff is I'm hiking because I want my subscribers to find out what's following me and what's around me. Because I mean, I do have subscribers that will they will timestamp it and say, yes, that they're following you. They're just beside you. And every now and then I will stop and I'll show tree breaks or a tree bend. So I don't get completely out of it. I'm right on that thin line. So everybody so you can see it could be around me, but then you hear those tree knocks. I mean, they were so like close to me, and they were so loud. I mean, they were those.
When you say close, what are you saying? Yards?
I'm saying 100, 200 yards from me. They were really close. I was in a pine forest, and they were really close. They were closer down by the lake. And they were down.
Okay.
Yeah, about a football field. Mm-hmm.
Isn't that interesting? You heard that, but you saw nothing that made the sound. And Jack knows where I'm going with this, but I don't know if I should. But you know, because our. So how about you? Wonderful. Is your experience kind of similar to what these guys talk about? Do you have? Do you have more experiences when you're with a group of people or by yourself, solo?
So I hadn't gone on any like big hunts like with Jack or anything. I'm actually starting to get into this right now, and I sent Jack a couple of photos of what I've caught. I don't know if you can pull them up while they're in here, but I caught two figures. You can easily make them out. Two figures walking in the woods. It was winter time. But you can clearly see like a woman wearing a dress.
I want to see this. Wait. So, listen. You can present on your end too, right? If you're using a camera, if you're using a desktop computer, all you do is go to present. You see little boxes. Present.
It's on my phone. That's the thing.
Oh, well, that sucks. How about you, Jack? Do you have it? Let's see these images. Come on. Oh, come on, guys.
I'll send them to you.
Yeah. But then I also caught
send them to me and I'll present them. How's that? I'd love to see.
It was quite interesting.
It's interesting. You said the woman in dress because I filmed. This is a bizarre thing. I filmed looked like a woman, the dress part for sure, the shape of a woman, but it was up in a tree, as usual because I focus up in the trees.
Of course, we filmed a woman too.
This obviously not Bigfoot, but it's on the side of the poltergeist spirit side of the trees in the forest. So, it should have been where it was at. Let's put it that way, because there was absolutely no reason for anybody. I don't know how anybody could even possibly have hung a dress up there. You know what I mean? But it's interesting. A woman in a dress.
You can clearly see it's just like the bottom half of a dress, and then a man, two legs walking like a man. They're just pictures, but you can clearly see it.
Oh, here you filmed just the two leg apparition. That's awesome.
They're both in the same picture, like following right behind each other.
Did you notice in the woman? Was it a white dress? Like, because a lot of times people.
It was all black. It was like shadows.
Okay, so the shadows. Because there's you guys probably heard of the lady in white. I'm sure you've heard of that.
Yeah, I think that we filmed. I think we have evidence on the Facebook page of one that we caught.
Lady in white with extremely big feet.
I don't know about the feet part.
Well, I'm just saying that seems to be a very common theme in all that. You know what I mean? The people. Yeah. She's wearing large shoes. So that's what it appeared to be like, right? Or large feet.
Yeah, I don't think that we caught the feet, but
no, it wasn't that low.
Yeah.
But I also captured a picture that seems like I think we came to the conclusion it was a spirit of a fox, I think is what we came to the conclusion of.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
Right.
Yep. So I live in Michigan, so we have quite a bit of haunted locations. One of the biggest ones is called Nunica Cemetery. We have one called Mouse Cemetery, which is where I got that fox picture. And then the other one was in a national forest that's over in my area. That with the
where's your area again? Wonderful. Where's that at? Where's your area? Sorry about
over in like the Grand Rapids area.
Michigan?
Yep.
Oh, you're over there. Okay, cool.
Yep, yep.
So I'm between you guys. I'm in Northwest Ohio, right? A place called Sylvania, right in the border.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you would drive by me if you're heading their way. So
yeah,
we'd probably take 23 or 75. That's interesting. So Grand Rapids in that area of Michigan too seems to have a lot of activity as well. Have you noticed that, Jack?
I'm getting a lot of reports from actually Michigan.
Yep, yep.
Southwest.
If you go farther up north, there's a lot more up north. We do have a very haunted asylum called Eloise Asylum up north. People go there, you get photos, you can get videos, you can get photos, you get sounds. It's a tour. You can go in there and get a tour, or you can sign up and pay a couple. It's like $1,300, I think, for a whole private investigator to be there for. I think it's all night. I think, and you basically you get to use every single floor that they have, and I think it's a 5-story building.
That's not cheap. They better guarantee something for $1,300, man.
Yeah, I mean, this place is just. I mean, this place is the real deal. I mean, it was on. I believe it was on one of those. What was it? Scariest Places on Earth show.
Okay.
You can look it up on YouTube. I mean, people have investigated it before. It's just a really cool place to go to. I have not been there yet, but I've been trying to go there. I want to get some people to go with me. So I'm trying to plan on going to see it.
Cemeteries, trees, and forests seem to be something's going on. But then, Jack, you brought up something to me, and we didn't get a chance to talk about it. And this is the canals that run through Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
And then water seems to be a big part of this whole scenario. And then, of course, Michigan is just littered with small lakes and surrounded by water, all three of its sides. So what do you guys think about that? What possible correlations or connections are there with water?
I just think the flowing of the water is just able to get energy out from it. So
yeah, and Ohio's weird because we have water that flows north and south.
Yeah, we do. The divide is in Ohio.
Yep. And if you look on one side, all of our activity seems to be on one side of that river. The rivers. That's the right side.
So where I'm at is Maumee River, so it's flowing northeast.
Mm-hmm.
We go into the lake area, then it heads your guys' way. Yep. And then you have the Ohio River. And then at one time there was a canal that's connected all this stuff. And you showed me a map of a square, like basically, or which is interesting. Ohio, the big O, and we have this big O, like circuit one time of water.
Yeah, and they tried to break it up, but that flows underneath us. I mean,
right.
Yeah. I mean, so just the lake, there was 4 or 5 different river systems that met into one area and then flowed all in different directions.
So where you guys at in East Ohio, what's the water like there? What's the water table? What's what kind of activities do you guys have around water? Because when I think of, there's a couple of good lakes, I guess, in Eastern Ohio, but I really don't think of Eastern Ohio as like, of course, I live in a walleye capital of the world, so right next to it, so I don't know, it's kind of, I haven't really thought much about it except for crappie fishing and then the river and maybe catfishing. I haven't thought much about Eastern Ohio, so Have you thought much about that? I mean, is there a lot of lakes where you guys are going? I know you guys go, there's some ponds and all that, but I mean, rivers.
We have a lot of lakes around here, smaller lakes. We do a lot of bass fishing out of them, stuff like that. There's some other fish in some of these lakes. I mean, I don't know, Jack. I mean, where we used to go, I mean, there's bass and walleye. I think in perch, I think, didn't they stock that stuff in there? But we got a lot of smaller lakes around here. I mean, they're big enough to put boats and stuff in, but they're nothing like. Yeah, they're.
Are they reservoirs? Are they reservoirs or natural?
Yeah.
The one lake was river. The one lake, what was that? What's the lake over by me called? Trapper.
West Branch. West Branch. The lake is something different, but yeah, it's West Branch.
Yeah. There was 4 rivers that ran into that before they made it into a lake.
And you can see that when you're out there hiking, or when we're out there Bigfooting or hiking or something, you can actually see the landscape where the rivers came in at one time.
Yeah.
So from my experience, for what it's worth, every sighting and encounter that I've had, or decent footage, has been probably within 100 yards of a stream or a lake or a pond. How's that been for you guys? How close the water body's been for you guys? All 3 of you, because I know that because the Grand Rapids has a river running through it too, right? I mean,
yeah,
we're pretty close to.
Most of my searches, I go more up north. I don't stay in the Grand Rapids area because the Nunica Cemetery is more up north, and then the other one, the Mount Cemetery one, is up north also. That's where I got that fox spirit picture. I'm gonna try to see if I can get it uploaded to my computer later. Try doing it tomorrow and try to see if I can send one. But I don't do much in Grand Rapids. It's all up north. But the cemetery I've been to where I got that fox picture, you can walk a little bit towards the back, and there's a pond back there also. So it's surrounded by water, but there's also an Indian burial ground over in that area also. So I'm sure that helps stir up activity also, even just going by it, even when it's just a normal cemetery over there also.
Which tribe? Ojibwe or
I don't know what tribe it was. Okay. I'll have to look more into it. There is a sign there that says what tribe it was. I just don't remember what the name of that tribe was.
Because I wonder there too, because a lot of tribes, they have an association with certain spirits, if that makes sense. In other words, from their traditions, certain types of spirits seem to be connected to them for whatever reason. So is it just, I mean, it could be simply just folklore and their imagination, but I don't think so. From this point, I think that they probably have some kind of experiences with certain things that they call spirits.
I haven't, Heather.
So like Trapper, here's a dude who's like really talented at trapping things and trail, following trails and the footprints. I'm just like, wait, Trapper, what creature can make footprints and disappear? And you, as a trapper, can't freaking find. I mean, what creature can it possibly be?
That's what brought me into this whole thing. I mean, Jack called, I went out and met Jack one day, and he goes, all right, track, he would start tracking. So he put me on something. It was in a riverbed, and I came across tracks that I could not explain. And that's what got me so curious about what I'm finding, these tracks, that it did not make sense to me at all.
Right.
I've never,
all my years, shape, size, or what character? How does this something that just make a few footprints and this disappear?
I can't explain it. I really can't. I mean, I've seen tracks all over the United States. Been all over tracking all over the United States, from humans to all kinds of animals. And when you follow tracks like this, you just can't figure it out. It's just crazy. That's what got me into this, and I had to figure out what I was seeing. I mean, Jack was. It was like I was like a kid in a candy store when I saw that the very first time ever. I could not stop. It was like addicting. I couldn't stop. I had to keep following it.
Yeah, and I actually had to stop him from following it. I'm like, we got to get out of here.
So really? So how far of a trail was it? I remember this. How far was this?
It was far. We went far.
It was far. I don't remember. I was in the track. I mean, because when I'm tracking, I'm not just following foot tracks. I'm following everything around me. It could be I could be tracking something, and it could be as little as a branch broken in the woods that's not natural, or it could be even the leaves are turned over a certain way that's not natural. I'm tracking that as well. But when I'm seeing foot tracks in a riverbed, in the sand in the riverbed, it was unbelievable. I couldn't stop.
And the odds somebody faking that are, a human being doing it. What do you think, based on your?
No, not that far back, not that far out in the woods. We were a long ways out, and I remember Jack took me way out there, and we just kept walking and walking. And I just met this guy, and he's taking me so far out in the woods. I'm like, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, we were like 4 hours into it, and then I was like, yeah, I tracked these.
I just met the guy, and he's taking me in the woods.
Wait a minute. Like, oh, here they are. Track these.
This was the part of the woods I didn't know about what's going on here.
I actually had the similar experience with that, and it kind of makes sense with that fox spirit that I got. I went to the cemetery, and I could see footprints, but they looked like fox prints, but then I followed them, and then they completely disappeared, completely gone. And they looked fresh and everything, and there was no one else there but me. But I followed them. I was looking at them. I was like, okay, so there's tracks here. Let's just keep following them, see what's happening here. And then all of a sudden, there's like a giant section that is just completely no tracks at all. Probably again, you start seeing them again, another 20 feet. So I'm following these tracks, and I'm like, how are these tracks here? And then the rest of this spot is just completely blank. And it just goes back to a trail right there.
Yeah, earlier this spring, me and Mike were out, and water's probably still around 35 degrees, and we find footprints walking through the water, walking through the river, up on the riverbank, making impressions. And the footprints are probably, I would think, maybe 7 inches, 7, 8. So they weren't that big, but they're all over that river, and there's no way, man. We have jackets on, we have boots on. There's no way you're getting your feet wet walking on those kind of rocks with that cold water. There's just no way. Yeah, and we filmed it, we put it on video, and it was mind blowing. Like how?
Right.
Or what?
Yeah, how or what? Especially that size.
Right.
Not that big.
Could it be an Indian spirit or someone else, human spirits or something of that nature? I know it sounds kind of supernatural and out there, but after a while, gentlemen, you have to come to the conclusion that we're dealing with something that is not strictly blood, flesh and blood, right? That's what I'm going to hear from Trapper. A flesh and blood dude. Tell us, Are we dealing strictly with a flesh and blood thing here at this point, from your experience?
You know, I'm on the fence about it. I own a business. You know, I'm a trapper. I own a business trapping, and I track things. So, in my head, and me being in the woods since I was knee high, just learning to walk. I want to believe that they're flesh and blood. That's what I want to believe. But is it really? I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence because I'm following Jack a lot more, and he's showing me like these.
That's pretty dangerous. That's dangerous following Jack, man.
Yeah.
No, it is sometimes, man. I'm telling you. Sometimes I think to myself, what am I doing?
Absolutely.
Especially when you're doing a hunt and you're getting sick out there, like me and Mike. I mean, it makes you think, going, what are we doing? You know?
Yeah. Well, I do have a question. So, because that first picture, that fox spirit, my first instant, all of us thought that I caught a skinwalker on camera. Now we think, now we decided that it's a fox spirit. So, what are signs of like a skinwalker being by you? Is there really a sign for it, or is there like anything that can make you feel like that there is a skinwalker by you?
I don't know, because I don't have enough experience with the skinwalker to tell you.
Because I thought the main thing what skinwalkers do is that they morph into another animal or a person or something. So when we got that picture, it was all like we were thinking, it was like a stretched out head of a fox, and the body just looked weird when we first saw it. So we were thinking, is it a skinwalker that's morphing? Or is it, but we came to the point that it's a fox spirit, but it just gave me that what if feeling that I did get like a skinwalker on camera that was morphing.
That one I couldn't tell you, brother. I have no idea. Do I want to see a skinwalker? I think that white thing or something. I can't tell you what a skinwalker looks like, let alone.
Exactly. That's what all of us thought when I first saw the picture. I was like, did I really just get a skinwalker at the center?
But Lori asked literally why one or two tracks and gone. We've got more than one or two tracks.
Yep.
That one I followed all the way through the snow, all the way to a little sapling tree, going, there's no way. And it disappeared right to that tree.
That's how ours were.
Yeah, we've covered in sand, me and Trapper. We followed those all the way down the beach. I mean,
yep.
In the winter, I followed them in the snow. I mean, we get our fair share of, a couple tracks. But I mean, we've filmed some weird tracks, that's for sure. Especially in the snow, man. I can't wait, because there's no denying it. When you see something prints in the snow and you're following it for over a mile and you're going, okay, this just cannot happen. Not with snow and bare feet, walking to a tree and then disappearing. I mean, this just ain't happening. Especially in some dense places we get into where there's prickers underneath there. You know what's underneath that snow because you walked it in the summer.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to make a quick apology. My dogs went nuts. I have a Great Dane and a German Shepherd here, and someone came in the door and they just went nuts. So I do apologize to everybody about that.
No, we enjoy it. I enjoy the sound of dogs, man.
Do you?
I do, man. But dogs never bother me.
Yeah. But for tracks, I mean, I get it. I don't,
Cats bother me.
Yeah, cats bother me also.
I'm not a cat man. Not that I'm allergic to them. I just don't want to. The dogs are cool, I mean, cats are okay too. It's funny. Have you seen all the memes out there? Just a side note from the debate. You know what I mean?
You ain't even getting into that.
What Donald Trump said.
Oh, about the Springfield.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. Yeah, I think it's funny. People are having fun with it. Except
we're the footprints, man. We filmed our fair share of the one or two prints for sure, but we've also filmed some good.
So, do you guys feel that maybe sometimes is this some kind of, are they baiting you? Are they trying to tempt you? Are they trying to interact? Are they trying to communicate with you with these footprints? I mean, do you think is there a possibility, or do you have a sense or a hunch that maybe something's trying to mess with you guys or communicate with you guys, or want you to
we find the footprints is we're just finding the footprints. I don't think it's there to mess with us, but when we're out there searching for them, oh man, I think it's game on, and they're playing games, and
especially the younger
ones. Yeah,
young ones they'll mess with you. They'll get you lost on purpose or try to. I can't tell you how many times we've gotten lost in the woods and because they were messing with us. They'll be throwing rocks, or they'll throw things over your head. And it's just like a cat and mouse game, we're the mice or we're the cat chasing the mice, I mean, it's
either or, right? Who knows? Because the thing is, nothing's happened to us, right? Except getting scared. Nothing physically. Except for me, I've had some weird health effects, like pissing blood and all that kind of stuff, which is interesting. One of my last lives that wasn't taken down, and then one channel, I have a strike, so I get on the window to be able to post anything. I don't know. They're always going after me. Anyway, so they never tell me what I'm doing. So, Skinwalker Ranch, there's a guy that's doing some research, and they were, as far as radiation, and they figured out that they were under them. And they were standing on the ground, right? And under them, there was an entity. It was emitting radiation, and then it would dissipate, and they would look for it, and then it would move, and they followed it as if it was something under the ground was happening, or some kind of entity, or something was emitting a radiation that wasn't normal. Have you guys had any similar kind of some kind of recollection, or you think that you might have experienced something similar to that, where something might be under you? I know it sounds kind of weird, but it's all weird. Just be honest, it's all weird. So you got to think outside the box.
The whole thing is weird. Yeah, I don't know.
Man, that's a good question. Weird. I mean, if you were to guess, if you were to let's just say that we know there's no other dimensions. Where are they? Are they to the right of us, below us, above us, on the left side of us?
Cutting through us? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, they say when you dream of something, they're saying that's a premonition from the other dimension. That's what scientists say. I mean, but where's the dimension at? Is it below us, on the right side of us, above us, on the left? I mean, they're saying there's more than 5 dimensions. So where's the first one at? How close is the first one?
Well, I also, like, when you brought up the dream thing, they also say that have you ever been able to see your own hands when you're sleeping or when you're dreaming? Have you been able to see your own hands? They say that your hands are not actually your hands.
Wow.
Yeah, you want to hear something else crazy that I was learning? Let's just say. Okay, we all know what this is, right?
Yes.
A remote, obviously. Now, can you say remote quietly without saying it?
Oh, you can't. It's hard to say the raw part, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, just say that in your mind without saying it. Did you hear yourself saying it?
Yeah, I heard myself struggling to say the well part. I don't know if you guys noticed that for me. It's like,
Did you hear yourself saying it? The remote.
inside me? Or
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
visually.
inside you. You said it without saying it, but heard yourself say it.
Sure.
Okay, you heard yourself say remote, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't speak it, but you still heard it. So they're saying, is that a different dimension? What power is that? How did that happen? How do you hear other people's voices when you think about it? You're hearing their voice. You know what I'm saying? Weird. It's just weird. Look into it.
This whole place is weird. The more and more I study something, more and more it's just more speculation, guesswork, assumptions. The ambiguity of the whole situation is maddening. At some point, I can see why people just go for the experience, because at some point you're just like, I mean, it might be good to sell books and all that, but if you're getting honest, and I think integrity and honesty is a big part of all this.
Mm-hmm.
I think the bigger, I hate to say, sorry for my language, folks, but the bigger the BS artist you are, the less likely you're going to have any kind of experiences. And the more, I think, you just throw in the towel, not throw in the towel, but throw up your hands and go, oh, well, what's going to happen today? I have no clue. Don't ask me. You know what I mean? I think it allows some cool things to happen when you're just kind of, as they say, go with the flow.
Right.
Yeah, if you're open, I think if you're open to it, you want to see it, you'll see it. They always say, if you go searching for something, you'll find it. If you go searching for something strange out in the forest that night, you're going to find it. You're going to find it.
So this is like an interesting case study, or at least for when it comes to trapper. Okay, sorry to keep focusing on you, bro.
Thank you, Nance.
Here's a guy that spends a lifetime following tracks, but does not spend his time actually specifically going after Sasquatch or Bigfoot, for instance. But when you do specifically, is there a change? How do I say this? Is there a higher probability when you're specifically looking for the Sasquatch or Bigfoot footprints or grassman footprints that you're going to see it? Do you think that there might be something to that? What Jack is saying, I think what he's hitting at is the power of intent. When we focus on something that might, in some strange way, we might be a lot more, people say powerful. I don't know if that's the case or not, but somehow when we focus on something, we have a higher probability that something's going to happen.
Yeah, because when I go out with Jack and everybody, my mind is all about that. When I'm out there tracking or I'm out there trapping or something, I'm not really. I'm worried about doing my job and doing it well. But I mean, I can't say when I'm out there trapping or tracking, I'm not hearing things out there. I do, but I try to ignore it because I have a job to do.
In the Google Home app.
So I guess I'm at that point where I can turn it off and on when I want. So when I go out with Jack, I know what I'm doing, what I'm going to do. So I'm going to concentrate on that. I don't have to worry about setting traps. So I don't have to worry about, I mean, I am tracking with Jack, but I mean, I can debunk some stuff when we're out there, and I have. Then there's some stuff I just can't explain when I'm tracking for Jack.
Well, I just think you guys, especially the crew, has this interesting dynamic going on. And I hope that there's a continuous conversation between you guys, and imagine it is, sort of paying attention to Trapper, because he's doing two different things in the same location, if it makes sense. You know what I mean? Whereas you guys
or more specifically, Jack, you and Mike, and you're specifically going out for the encounter, the experience. You know what I mean? He's going out there to make a living, and he's like, so he's able to compartmentalize the two things. And I just find that fascinating because there's not too many of us in the world these days that have that opportunity. Because we're not, let's be honest, we're not making a living being a trapper, right? We're out in the woods. So I just find that fascinating, and I hope it's something that, or at least you, Trapper, you're documenting it, because I think that if the bare minimum, a little book to be written there, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
just
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. But by saying that remote, so it clears us up, they think that first dimension, when you hear that, you hear yourself saying it, or you hear those voices of someone else talking, they believe the first dimension is within you. And when you're out there and you're projecting, other things can pick that up. Makes sense? I don't know. That's giving up, your good intent, like they say.
To be able to read our thoughts. Something to be able to read our thoughts.
Yep.
I mean, they say the same thing about when you're dreaming, if you see your reflection, it's not your face. Your reflection is not your own face. So it makes you feel like, are you in your actually own body when you're dreaming? Is it your own body that you're dreaming, or are you in someone else's body in another dimension? Because it, like I said, they say that you're not able to see your own hands and you're not able to see your own reflection.
Yeah.
And this is different than, say, having an out-of-body experience deliberately, like astral projecting, right? And I feel like Bob Monroe talks about his research and experiences deliberately, he claims, he's documented, and that's the Monroe Institute, that he could deliberately have an out-of-body experience, have his spirit come out of the physical avatar that we're in, right? And
that's true.
Right, and he could see his hand. And he would be able to see his hand going through a wall. This is claim, and other people say the same thing. I've never had that kind of experience.
I've never had either.
No.
I feel like if you do, it's like a once in a lifetime.
I'm afraid that if I were to have that, I might have a heart attack and never come back.
Same here. Yeah.
The only thing that I know from that I could really get the idea of seeing that is, from the movie the Avengers of Endgame, where the Ancient One knocks out Bruce Banner out of the Hulk, and he's just in his normal human form. He's no longer the Hulk. He's just Astro spirit body outside of the Hulk. But he's able to see the Hulk. He's able to talk. He's able to do everything that you can do. He's just not the Hulk. The other is, I don't know if any of you saw the movie Insidious, where basically their son Dalton is able to dream and project himself and walk around in his dreams. But the main point of the movie is that he went so far deep into his dreams, they turned into like nightmares, and he ended up getting stuck there, and like something took him, and he couldn't come back. He was like lost.
Yeah, I seen that. That was a good movie.
So he could not wake up, and they found out that his dad was able to do the same thing, but they hypnotized the dad, so he doesn't remember he's able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
It was a great movie until they started making more of it, and then they ruined it.
Of course, that's always thinking, right? So sequels are just nightmares for the most part. But I've heard numerous stories of people, or at least they claim that they had those experiences. And this is one of the problems. What we're dealing with too is like my experiences are really much tailor-made to me, and I can't guarantee anyone that what I'm doing they'll have the same experience. The odds are that you're going to have something. You're going to have your own experience, something that's specifically tailored to you. And so,
good sense of that is filming that white thing sitting down on a tree or whatever it was. The guys had the problems with the cameras, you know, and they're both trying to get their cameras going, and I go up and I film it just feet away from them. Now, I believe that was maybe my eyes only. If I even say that during the video, I'm like, man, maybe this was for my eyes only. I don't know, you know. I think experiences are like that. I mean, we've been out in the woods. Trapper has his encounters, and I'm standing just feet away from him going, what about me?
I know.
You know, I'll have my encounter. Mike will have his, you know. Moose will have his. T-Mac will have his. And we'll all be standing there like, really?
Right.
So I think it's, you know, sometimes it's individual. Now, sometimes we've had crazy encounters.
All of us together.
We all hit the floor, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I've definitely have had some weird ones. I mean, you're looking at one right now behind me. You know, that's serious. Somebody says it's a Bigfoot. And I don't know. All I know, it was there in the shadows, and that's just what's. And something drawn me to it. So he's looking back at me. So what the hell? So the problem is all this stuff is. It's like, I keep saying this is like, how do we know the Bigfoot made the tree structures? How do you know it was a Bigfoot that actually made the footprints? How do we know it's something that just has a Bigfoot? But what I mean when I say Bigfoot or Sasquatch, the traditional one that we've been indoctrinated into believing in, right? The one that we've seen 1,000 images, man-made images and artist renderings. And everyone says this is what a Bigfoot looks like, but then you hear all the, you know, there's 7 types, and then the more you study it, you realize it's probably 7 times 70 types times 700 types. In other words, nothing quite looks the same. You know, I mean, whether it's facially or body structure or the size of the feet or whatever, and how much of it are we just projecting? Or making it, you know, our confirmation biases. And when we say, like you guys were talking about the little feet, how do we know those are smaller Bigfoot? How do we know it was a Bigfoot at all? Maybe it was something completely different. It just came from one dimension to the other, or to our dimension for a short period of time, and it could be something completely different.
And you're right, and that's why I don't cast them. Because I can't, I feel bad. And Trapper knows this. Trapper says the same thing. We all agree. If we cast something, put it in stone, we're saying we 100% believe this was a Bigfoot print without seeing what made it. I can't do that. I am not that person.
You don't want to do what the Milgrams do?
And more power to them.
Well, I think it's really important to be honest about it. That's the honest conclusion. That's the honest conclusion that anybody can make, right? It's just
right.
Until you actually at least see the Sasquatch, the grass man, whatever it may be, the dog, make those footprints, you can't 100% say. I mean, it's the one thing I think you can start to distinguish that a flesh and blood human being probably didn't make it, or did make it. And
well, you could assume that some of these, I mean, you're going to say, man, I mean, who was out there? Shaquille O'Neal? Barefooted? I mean, you know.
The odds are, though, right, it's slim to none, you know.
Yeah, throw those odds out there, and then you're like, oh, man, you know. But still, that's still assuming, so you can't, I don't want to be that one to assume.
Well, if you do the scale from 1 to 10, and you're in an area, I'm sure you guys are doing this, and everybody else just think about this. That scale from 1 to 10, 1 being, say, something that's not a human or vice versa, and the 10 being that it is a human that made those, that a human being, fellow human being made it. I think if you use that, especially a lot of locations, you just go like, the odds that a human being was out here in the middle of this particular patch of the woods or in the forest, barefoot, this time of the year, is extremely low.
Right.
Now, there are crazy people out there, and maybe there was a madman running around, but that madman is still a madman, and he's going to have limitations. And Trapper will know this, you will know that. And that is that the trail's going to keep going. They're still going to be leaving signs because we're human beings, and we just kind of, we're not Superman. We can't fly. We can't fly, right? We can't disappear.
Right. So, yeah, footprints go into that tree. It was a little sapling. It was just a little above my head. In the wintertime, those prints disappeared.
You're talking to a guy that's seen stuff come out of a tree, so I'll swear to my.
Hey, man, that's I filmed a face in the tree with the thermal.
Right.
I went to touch it and it backed away. It was all like, oh, you ain't touching me.
Well, I appreciate the invite. I do have to help my daughter. She woke up. So I appreciate the invite, Jack.
Mr. Wonderful, thank you. Sir, you got to get this way. You can stay here if you need to.
Yes. We will definitely, I will get in contact with them and contact you of when we're going to finally not be big babies and come out with you guys.
Okay.
I keep on telling them no more excuses. I don't want to hear that you got to change your sheets.
We'll bring the man diapers so you can all put on the man diapers before the hunt.
Mr. Wonderful, go Bucks. Are you a Michigan fan?
No, I am not. Not even close. Not even a State fan either. Not an Ohio State fan either.
Who
I root for the Rice Owls.
Rice University?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Cheers. Absolutely.
Yes, I root for Rice.
Did you go there?
No, my I found out that my grandpa lived there, and he was telling me all the stories, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna be a fan like he is, and it just stuck with me.
There you go, man. There.
Love you, brother.
Yes.
Gotta get this way soon. You come with the snowflies. We do this all year round. The Trapper has a nice electric warm jacket, so he don't care if he's standing out there. He don't care if you're cold. And he's
if you bring an electric heated jacket, you're probably gonna make one of them not even want to leave anywhere. He's just gonna sit there and be cozy and be like, I'll spectate.
Yeah, Trapper has snow built up on his shoulders, and he don't care. He's like, I'm warm, man. You look cold. You want to stick your hands in my pocket, warm your hands up or something? Take your time, heat up. I'm good. I'll just turn the heat up in the jacket.
Exactly. But definitely, I'll get a hold of you. We were actually trying to think if we could try to set something up for like our side, like a little I don't know what the correct term is, but like a little special event. All of us come out and do like a Halloween spooky kind of vibe.
It'd be very interesting to have the crew from Ohio go up to Michigan and see how that would turn out.
Mm-hmm. The asylum, we do the asylum. We could go to Nunica Cemetery. That place is very active. It's in the top 10 of most haunted places.
Not really into the haunted places though. Either is Trapper.
Mm-hmm.
I know what, man. I'm telling you, Mr. Wonderful. I know what's out there, and I know what can attach itself to you.
Exactly.
I'm good. Woods.
We're good. Let's go into what you guys are doing. We are perfectly fine with going out and doing that also.
You'll see some spooky stuff out there that you won't be able to explain.
Oh, you will.
Oh,
well, I just wonder if you guys could draw in, because you're foreigners, but you're aware. This makes sense. What was the Bigfoot that's up in Michigan kind of looks different than down here for some reason or another, from my observation, from what other people have said and what I've filmed. it looks a little different than Ohio Grassman, and it doesn't look. And then also you got the Dog Man thing allegedly going on there. So, and then all the other stuff. It'd be interesting to see. Have you guys go up there for a night in the woods there and see what you guys could draw out? That'd be fascinating.
I love it, man.
I don't know that much about the Dog Man. I mean, I know of it, but I have not heard anybody that have seen it or seen him or anything like that. I know the story, but I've never heard anyone say that they've seen or possibly heard him.
Okay.
But I know it is a big story.
For Michigan, for sure. For Michigan, for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm going to get my kid to bed. It was nice meeting you guys. Jack,
nice meeting you.
Thank you for inviting me.
Definitely
trying to get these scaredy cats to come out and come see you. And we'll all go on a hunt.
Yeah, I have to bring the man diapers out with us just in case.
For sure. A couple of bottles. Probably a stroller while we're at it. But you guys have a good night.
All right, brother. You too. Have a great weekend, man.
The next one, and I'll come in.
All right.
Have a good night, everyone.
You too.
Have a good one, brother. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Should have asked them about how the Buffalo Bills are doing. That's what I should have asked.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out here too.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually close it up.
It was a pleasure, O.R.D. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, gentlemen, thank you for inviting me and spending your Friday evening with me. So.
Yeah, hold on, Trapper, because I'm gonna shut her down and close her up.
Okay.
And hope everybody has a great weekend. And thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. If we didn't get to your questions, please put them in the comments below, and we'll answer them. Mike, thank you for, man, you put out some good questions for us. I really do appreciate it.
I love his questions. I do.
Anytime, gentlemen. You know I got plenty of. You know I got plenty of them. So after all these years, I got plenty of questions.
And I'm telling you, you got to be
very few answers. So very few answers.
Make sure you're around for my last show, man, because I'm going to let it all fly.
So when are you guys going up before you bail out on us? When you guys going out to the field decks? What's coming up for you guys?
Tomorrow. Man, I am sitting on so many videos. It's this week I wanted to release a bunch of videos, but Claim 3 kind of took over, so I was there all week long.
Are you guys going to be going live, or?
I sure hope so. I'm going to try. I can't really guarantee you it's going to be a great place tomorrow. I'm not going to say where because we don't want to.
Is Trapper going with you? Are you going with the Trapper?
I would not be able to go tomorrow, but I am planning on meeting up. I did talk to Jack on the phone a little bit ago, earlier this afternoon. I will be meeting up with Jack either Tuesday or Wednesday of this coming week, and we're gonna head out and get out there.
So you're both going to go live on your channels then separately, or
maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I would like to put a live out on Tuesday or Wednesday. I would like to try, depending where we go. So,
all right, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Good luck. I hope you guys find an answer or two to our many questions, or at least have a very interesting experience.
Yeah. I can tell you all, there's a lot of great videos coming, and we're going to get some lives in there. But man, I'm telling you, Claim 3, sorry, took up a lot of time, but that's a claim. You know, those are people that are asking for our help. So did all we could do, and they're very satisfied, and you all get to see that footage.
Yeah, where is MT today? What happened?
MT is feeling a little sick today. So send prayers his way. And he'll be out with us tomorrow, but he's trying to super recover today. So pray that he's better for tomorrow. Stump Jumper, hello. And again, please, if you have any questions, leave them down below. We'll get them answered.
Mm-hmm.
O.R.D, I want to thank you. Trapper, I want to thank you. And thank you to all the other guys that came on tonight. And thank you for the amazing questions. I hope that we answered them as best we could. and stick around. We got some good stuff coming up. With that said, I'm Jack the cameraman.
I'm Trapper.
O.R.D.
O.R.D. You all have a great weekend.
Take care.
Bye.
Ποτέ δεν τους πίστεψα. Από μικρός γνώριζα την αλήθεια. Η άνοιξη δεν θα ξανάρθει ποτέ. Ποτέ δεν τους πίστεψα. Από μικρός γνώριζα την αλήθεια. Ο ήλιος έχει καταστραφεί. Στο φόλο ξημερώνει. Στο φόλο ξημερώνει πιο νωρίς. Με το πάτημα ενός κουτιού. Όχι για να χαρίσει τη ζωή. Όχι για να χαρίσει τη μέρα. Παρά μονάχα γιατί φοβούνται το βράδυ. Το βράδυ με τα όνειρά μας. Το μεγάλο βράδυ που θα προλάβουμε να νικήσουμε τον εφιάλτη. Δεν θα ξυπνήσουμε ποτέ. Δεν θα ξυπνήσουμε ποτέ. Το μεγάλο βράδυ θα έρθει. Το μεγάλο βράδυ θα έρθει. Δεν θα ξυπνήσουμε ποτέ. Δεν θα ξυπνήσουμε ποτέ. μεγάλο βράδυ θα έρθει. Το μεγάλο βράδυ και η αυγή. Η φύση θα κυριαρχήσει. Δεν θα ξυπνήσουμε ποτέ. Η φύση θα κυριαρχήσει. Δεν θα ξυπνήσουμε ποτέ. Η φύση θα κυριαρχήσει. Το μεγάλο βράδυ θα έρθει. Δεν θα ξυπνήσουμε ποτέ. Η φύση θα κυριαρχήσει. Δεν θα ξυπνήσουμε ποτέ. Θα έρθει η αυγή.
And wrecking vehicles.
Everybody wants to make this into a race issue. It's not a race issue. It's culture, it's accountability, and it's respect.
Since June, they took me off. I'm a vet. They took me off of the disability.
Veteran, and you're competing with some of the resources they're getting. And just came in here.
Yeah.
I need some solutions. I'm losing my mind.
This is Springfield, Ohio. What was once a small town in Ohio, home to roughly 60,000 working-class Americans, until 20,000 plus Haitian immigrants flooded into town with rumors of them eating the neighbors' cats and local geese.
What did you do? Why'd you kill the cat? Did you eat that cat? Did you eat it?
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
And causing car accidents left and right, and driving locals out of their homes by paying above-market rental prices with welfare subsidized by the American taxpayer. Are these Haitians eating cats? How did they travel 2,000 plus miles from Haiti all the way to Ohio? And do the locals and their new Haitian neighbors get along? I pulled up to Springfield myself to see if this was real or overblown fake news. A lot of this is alleged because I truly don't know what's going on, and neither does Twitter. Twitter is relying off of a few images and a few Reddit threads. And there are rumors that Haitians are taking neighbors' cats and eating them. Are you from Haiti by chance? Does everyone get along here in Springfield?
Yes.
Good?
Good. Motherfuckers are worthless. Bunch of worthless sand monkeys.
Yeah. When did the Haitian neighbors come and move here?
I'm going to say probably 5 months ago.
Okay. I spoke to a few of them in French.
They're up there. Don't wait at me, you sorry fucking sand monkey. I tell them like it is. Fuck, man. I don't like them. I don't like them, and I want them to know I don't like them. Pack up and move back to Haitieville, wherever the fuck you're from.
Why did you come here to Springfield?
Springfield. Pour me travail, me chercher la vie meilleure. Mais c'est haïtien.
Okay. Okay. Do you plan on living here for much longer?
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard there were rumors of Haitians eating the neighbors' cats and a Canadian goose. Is that true or completely false? No. Okay. Okay.
Peut-être qui doit avoir un problème d'éducation, qui veulent faire ça, mais pas quoi. C'est vraiment difficile pour ça t'arriver.
Okay.
We've lost a whole bunch of cats. There was a van pulled over that had over 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said they was eating them.
Actually? Yeah. Not fake news.
Not fake news.
So, van was collecting cats and eating them.
I watched that happen. Yeah, I watched them get pulled over with the cats and admit to the police that they was eating them.
You're not Joshua with me.
No, I'm almost 50 years old, buddy. I don't. No,
you don't mess around.
No.
Twitter is saying the Haitians are eating cats and can't drive. Is that true? True or no?
No.
No. Okay.
I believe it. Like, I've heard rumors about them taking the geese and killing them and eating them. So I try to stay clear away because I've even heard about them eating the eggs over there. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of disturbing. They not.
There he is. This is your guy right here?
Yes. Okay. So far, so good. I haven't had no issues, but they kind of know it.
And are they chill?
All right, I guess. I don't pay no mind to them.
You know, and they're everywhere. They take our fucking apartments. The landlords make the people move out so they can rent to the Haitians to get more money. You know, it's bullshit. You know, you go to the grocery store, there's no fucking groceries. You know, they give them $3,000 a month plus food stamps. I'm an American, just like you.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers come from Haitianville, wherever they're from, and they get everything. They get medical care paid, everything. You know, it's bullshit.
Where'd they get the money?
The government. They said it's a fucking program for them to
for like migrants, like asylum seekers.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, they're like roaches, man.
Yeah, I get along with them as long as they don't go pulling their crazy machetes when they're out mowing their grass with it.
They brought out machetes.
Oh yeah, that's how they trim their yard. Yeah, it surprised me they let them all in, but I think that if they're going to come in, they should be legal and not illegal. And I don't see why they're giving them all this money and everything like that when our people are the ones suffering for all this for them coming in. I'm getting ready to be homeless. They're getting ready to sell my house because of the Haitians.
You think a Haitian will move in?
Yeah, they're coming Wednesday to look at it.
Actually?
Yeah, and when they buy this house, we'll both be out here on the streets. We ain't got nowhere to go. We want a fixed income.
Are Haitians paying rent? Are they paying their bills? Are they being paid to live here?
They're being paid to live here. I don't see why they'd have to pay rent if they're being paid to be here.
Who's paying them?
The government. And that's our biggest issue too, is they're taking our schools over and they're running the Americans out of our own countries, it feels like.
This country has gone to hell. 12 motherfuckers live there, and there's another 7 or 8 live right here in this corner house. And 4 of them just moved in here. They ain't in there.
Do you think you'll sell the house to a Haitian family one day?
Hell no. I wouldn't give them motherfuckers the sweat off my balls if he's dying of thirst. I'm for real, man. I am fucking sick of them. I don't give they put a Haitian in every house. I'll be the only white person here.
Twitter is saying that Haitians are kidnapping the neighbors' cats and eating them. Is that true or false? I gotta ask the hard questions here.
Non.
Why is everyone coming here?
Haïtien vient ici pour travailler, mais manger chat, non. Parce que non, pas manger chat, non, chat, non. Si nous besoin de viande, manger viande, aller dans Walmart, nous acheter, mais manger chat haïtien, pas manger chat.
Okay. Why did you leave Haiti?
Moi, j'ai quitté Haïti parce que nous, un pays, qui ont des gens qui ont un problème politique, qui ont des autres qui ont passé, j'ai essayé de quitter jusqu'à ce que ça arrangé pour me retourner dans le pays.
Barbecue? Civil War?
Je ne sais pas qu'on est en de monde seulement juste un problème, on va essayer de placer. Mais je ne sais pas en quel nom, de ce soir qu'a fait.
Okay. Okay, so just family and friends told him to come here to Springfield? Could you ask him that?
Yeah, his friend.
I see. Okay. Merci.
Okay.
I don't need cat.
Okay. She clarified, I don't need cat.
See how that trash can is right there?
Right there. Yep.
Okay. Every Haitian house you go around, it's honestly filled to the brim. There's trash that leaks out onto the corner everywhere, but we're expected to live clean environment. And then on top of that, with the rise of immigrants and they get assisted living freely, it makes it harder for people like me or somebody else who doesn't get assisted living to find affordable housing.
Are they driving the housing costs up around here?
Yeah. Like no
big time?
Yeah, like
what are we talking?
Okay. Honestly, in my opinion, it'll be a surprise if I don't get kicked out so they can boost up the rate on this place. They'll probably fix it.
I see.
Get it where it's looking better and boost the rate up on it. They pay $1,200 a month.
How much money does the government give you per month?
Pero el first time me doy como
Primera vez te pusieron como 500, segunda 300.
Okay. ¿Cuántos Haitians vive aquí en las 2 años?
No tengo un mensual, pero yo nuevo por ahí.
¿De dónde eres?
En Haití.
¿Haití?
Sí.
¿Cuántos meses vive aquí?
Tengo 2 meses.
2?
Sí.
Did anyone tell you to come here to Springfield, Ohio?
Sí.
Did a friend tell you to come move here for a job? How did you learn about Springfield?
Yo tengo mi padres por ahí.
Okay. How much is it to rent an apartment here in Springfield? How much do you pay for rent?
Pero todavía yo no pagué, pero yo vivo con mi padre, mensual cada mes 700.
Is anyone eating cats out here?
No.
Okay. Also información. Okay. But do you know many other Haitians here?
Yes.
Yeah. Big community?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And why are so many Haitians coming here to Springfield in particular?
C'est parce que dans le job haïtien, depuis que nous avons travail, ça nous permet que l'autre haïtien qui finit. C'est raison ça qui font tout haïtien.
Okay. Thank you. How long have you lived here?
Yes, sir.
How much money does the government give you per month?
Avant, oui, maintenant. Non, avant, j'étais bon pour le moment, non, je travaille.
Is it true that the Haitians are eating the neighbor's cats?
Oh.
No? Información falso?
Well, on va connaître ça.
Okay. Do they not collect the trash?
To chaque lundi, je ramasse par terre.
Okay. Why did you leave Haiti?
Non, je cherche la vie, je vais venir ici à direct, chercher la vie pour ça, je ici.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. All right, bye-bye. You got a cat right there, unaffected. He's chilling. Not you.
It's ridiculous. They
Yeah.
can't even take care of the American citizens before they're bringing in waves and waves of immigrants. And then look at it. There's so many people, veterans, mostly white people that are homeless, living on the streets, has nothing to eat. But these people have brand new houses, brand new cars. I'm having a hell of a time finding a job because they want the Haitian. They're getting thousands of dollars in government assistance. I worked retail before I lost my job back in April. When I do transactions, I can see what comes across on certain cards. I'm not trying to be nosy. I don't want to know what you get. But when a Haitian comes through and spends $500 in food stamps and still has $5,000 on their food assistance card.
$5,000?
$5,000. Would you like to know what the Haitians are calling the food assistance cards?
Tell me.
Even the cash assistance cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they never run out. I'm homeless. I'm jobless. I'm sleeping on friends' couches because I can't get government assistance because I come from the wrong country, apparently.
Y'all get along out here or what?
We don't socialize with them that much. I mean, they walk up and down the street, they do their normal thing. That's it, you know.
Yeah. How long you lived out here in Springfield?
Oh, I've lived in Springfield all my life. I'll be 60 in 2 weeks.
When did all the Haitians come in?
About 5 years ago, maybe.
Okay.
And when they packed, they hit this neighborhood hard.
Why?
Outrageous rent. They went through, they painted them, cleaned them up a little bit, rent them to them. They pay the rent.
I heard on Twitter that cats are getting kidnapped. Is that true?
Yes, my mom actually seen a post on Facebook. There was Haitians in a white van driving around the neighborhoods collecting cats.
For what?
Skinning them and eating them. Snyder Park, our actual park. If a Haitian is caught walking the grounds down there, they can get arrested because they're going down there and they're killing the Canadian geese so they can take them home and eat them.
I wouldn't be surprised because we used to have a lot of cats around here. And especially down here at the end of the street, that lady had probably 50 of them. Now she's like, yeah, 5. And the geese down at the park, they're declining. So I don't know if they're eating them too. I guess it's supposed to be their natural habitat or something, or whatever.
Yeah. Do you think this could come to another American town near you?
This could come everywhere. Man.
Yeah. It's the future of America?
I hate to say it, but probably so. The Mexicans take it up for the blacks, and the blacks taking it up for the Mexicans is up.
Interesting.
My country's going down. And I can't wait till Trump gets back in there.
90% of the auto accidents are Haitian involved.
Okay.
And I've almost gotten hit by several of them walking because I walk a lot and they're going the wrong way down one-way streets, and they think they own the streets. And when they got chased out, he hit the curb. When they got chased out, she heard one of them say it, and it was actually in English.
Look at them just blasted off.
They've knocked down my grandmother's fence.
Yeah.
That brick wall back there, they drove into it. They get parties around here. I mean, they cannot drive. Whoever's giving them driver's license ought to have theirs taken on.
But look, every time a country moves into another country, talk about we're taking over, that leads to war.
100%.
Like when you have the old black dude siding with the old white redneck, and they're talking about joining teams, that's when you know everything is going to go downhill, and it's going to go downhill quick.
We all know about the neo-Nazis just a couple of weeks ago, kid, down. And I ain't saying that's right, and I ain't saying it's wrong. But look, let's think about it. I'm 36 years old, and in 36 years, that's the first time I've ever seen the neo-Nazis rally in our city.
My mom was telling me she was coming home the other night and seeing a carload of Klan members.
Klan members.
Yes.
There's full-on war going down right now.
That's what it's coming to.
Okay.
And it's all going to be against the same people.
Yo quiero hablar contigo sobre migración de muchas Haitians a Springfield. ¿Sí posible?
Sí.
¿De dónde eres?
Haití.
Haití. Okay. ¿Cuántos meses vive aquí?
Un mes.
¿Qué es la razón que vive aquí?
No, yo no vivo acá. Yo tengo sobrinos que viven ahí.
¿Visitan? ¿Cuántos dólares tú recibes cada mes del gobierno?
No, todavía, porque no tengo el proceso, pero no me manda todavía. Estoy aquí.
¿Nada? Nada. ¿Cómo es posible que vive en las casas con nada de dinero?
Sí, ellos visité aquí, yo no sabe nada. Yo vine a visitar a una persona, yo no vine para acá.
Okay. ¿Por qué tú manejas el coche con mucho rápido?
No fui yo, si estaba manejando.
Mucho rápido en esa street.
No, estaba manejando, es mi primo.
Ok. ¿Es cierto que personas comen los gatos o no?
No sé.
No, ok, lo siento. Gracias por tu tiempo. I'm trying to interview locals out here and hear their thoughts about the Haitians that have moved in.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I lived here for 24 years.
Yeah.
I lived in LA for 38 years.
Got it.
It is causing probably some problems. I personally noticed it because it took me months on end to find an apartment to live in.
Sure. The available housing supply has gone down and the prices have gone up, or what?
I'm not 100% sure about the prices going up. I mean, I hear rumors that there's landlords ripping off some of the Haitian people, like trying to put multiple families in a house and charging them too much money. I don't know if that's true. It's just stuff I've heard. But yeah, it has affected the market because, like I said, I couldn't even get anybody to call me back for months. I haven't had any problems with anybody. I can tell you that. Again, no cat eating.
How you doing, sir? What's your name?
Levon.
Levon. Oh, you own this? Yeah. You'd be a great person to talk to. Yeah, for sure. We've heard a lot of the Haitians that have moved here recently come here often.
Yeah.
What's going on here in Springfield?
There's just like an influx of the population, the Haitian community. I mean, they're protected status here, so they're just like, obviously I've filled up the town with it, and yeah, that's where we're at right now.
Okay, so you own this laundromat?
Yeah, so my dad owns this laundromat. I own the sneaker store next to it, so I run both things right now. So, yeah.
Are your customers primarily Haitian? What's the split?
Before, I would say the last 2-3 years, primarily whoever was in town,
Okay.
but yeah, there's a huge influx in, the Haitian community. That's primarily our customers nowadays. So yeah, I will say there's 100% of divide in our town. Thing is I just hope that whatever you guys do cover, something good comes out of it, right? In the next 5 to 6 years, hopefully there's some sort of unity between everybody. Hopefully there's some sort of change. That's the biggest thing, I feel like you guys should cover. Just some sort of way to bring people together. This is the guy you want to talk to.
How you doing, man? We're filming a YouTube video. We're trying to see what's going on here.
This is a guy.
Wait, you running from here? Oh yeah, I tried to find you. I know who you are. So out of pure luck, I met up with Anthony Harris, the guy who went viral for giving this speech at Springfield's town hall.
These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're flipping cars in the middle of the street. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them
and who's been going live on Facebook documenting the constant car crashes from the new Haitian drivers. We headed to the BMV to see how the Haitians are getting driver's licenses in cars so quickly after moving here despite speaking zero English. Question for y'all. What are your thoughts on the Haitians? They can't drive? This guy right here, my Haitian dude. Yo, bonjour.
We got a cat right beside him.
Stop! Stop, bro. Stop. You said that shit, not me. You take that back. I didn't shit.
I tell you that. Go, come on. Man. We're
We be playing, bro. There's nothing wrong with some dope.
Let's go see what's up. How y'all doing? Question for you. Do you know how the Haitians are getting driver's license? Can they transfer their license from Haiti, or
No, they do not.
do they have to undergo the same test?
I'm not allowed to answer the question.
Well, okay. You know what they have to do?
I do not. I really don't know. No, but I know they're getting quick.
They're getting them quick, right? I believe that's.
You are not allowed to take pictures in here, sir.
In the
you can.
Go ahead. Sorry. Are they able to transfer the licenses from Haiti to here?
No, not without taking the test. But okay, no question I can answer. I can't answer even more.
Do you know how the Haitians are getting their driver's license so fast?
I do not.
Okay. All right, that's all I got for you. Are they driving pretty good out here or what? No.
Everybody put their car.
Why is that, do you think?
Don't know how to drive in general. Like I see them driving over there, trying to learn how to drive, but I don't know if they know how to drive at all. I don't even think they should have a license. No lights when they be driving around, or nothing.
You think it poses a threat to public safety?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Man, they're nothing but a headache. All they're doing is raising our rent and our taxes and wrecking vehicles, and there's just been nothing but a hassle since they've been here. It's been horrible.
How would you rank their driving from 1 to 10?
A -10 or horrible.
Do you have to take a driving test here? Oui? Aspetta, sì. ¿Cómo es posible que recibir tu licencia muy rápido?
No, es que por ahora no sé, es que lo que necesito venir acá para preguntar por la información.
Okay. Okay, all right. Gracias. Oh, with more confusion gained than answers explaining how these Haitians are passing their driver's tests, I headed down to the Springfield Welfare Center, where Haitians are apparently clogging the lines for locals, exhausting the town's resources, and overwhelming the employees. Question. Where are you guys from? Haiti? Haiti? Okay. How many Haitians do you think will come out here in line today? That's what we're trying to...
I'll say 80% of the people that come out here will be Haitian.
Okay. How long have you been here in Springfield?
I've been here for 7 years now. What takes so long is because they've got only 2 lines that they serve people in there, sometimes 3. And on all 3 of those, they got interpreters for each one, right? Where it'll go a lot faster if you had 1 line for people that couldn't, speak English that well, and then have another line for people that can go through the line faster. Because a lot of times they'll have paperwork with them and stuff they won't have in order.
We tried the split line for a while. It ended up being less efficient for everybody.
Yeah. Is this about as long as it gets these days?
This is a normal Monday. Yeah, we've had worse.
Francois? English?
No. Standing in line 30 minutes, they might only just serve 4 or 5 people.
Got it. How many people do you think will come here this Monday?
This Monday, I'm telling you, out of this Monday, I figure at least there might see 5, money.
What do you think the split is between new Haitians that have come in here and Springfieldian OGs?
I don't know too much about all
observationally. What have you seen?
9 to 1 easy.
Like, I'm just here because I'm just trying to get them to clear a medical car.
Are the systems stressed right now in Springfield? Can they handle the amount of people coming in?
No, they really can't. I've been trying to get just a simple Medicaid card since June. They took me off I'm a vet. They took me off of the disability and made me start paying for my own disability. And I don't know why they took me off. So I had to give them proof of income and disabilities and stuff. I gave them all that. They still ain't did.
So you're a veteran and you're competing with some of the resources they're getting who just came in here?
Yeah. This America. You dig what I'm saying? But I'm saying that the things the hoops they make us jump through can have you turn on each other in a sense or say negative things. I don't have anything that's negative to say or bad to say about anybody, Haitian. You know what I mean?
Do you think the town's taking care of their local residents that were here first and foremost?
Oh, no. Yeah.
Well, thanks for your service. Yeah. Appreciate it. Good luck in line.
And the thing is, there's people on Twitter and Instagram that don't think it's real.
Yeah.
Don't think none of
We just saw it in real time.
None of that shit's real that you're saying. There's no way they brought 20,000 people.
English? No English? Okay. That's crazy. If you're a local trying to get your Medicaid, your welfare benefits, etc., you're waiting 2 hours now. Crazy?
Crazy as fuck.
We're 6 minutes away from this woman's house. This woman has stated that people are throwing mattresses on her joint. She is not expecting us. I am just going to show up and knock on her door and see what happens. Hi there. I saw your speech at the city council, and I was wondering if I could interview you. Well, I've seen a video of a guy getting a Canadian goose, a Haitian dude, and I have rumors of Haitians taking cats. Tell me what's going on here.
I'm cat lady, as you can tell.
You have a lot of cats.
Yeah, I have a lot of cats. The goose story, I believe, originated in Columbus. I have not seen it here.
And just for context, you are surrounded this entire community, mostly Haitians now?
Yeah, I believe we're looking at probably about 50% is what I'm saying. But I'm worried. My town is going to pot. Everybody wants to make this into a race issue. It's not a race issue. It's culture, it's accountability, and it's respect. And that's the things that I'm not seeing. And the women in this country fought long and hard for the rights that they have been afforded. And these men in this culture treat their women very badly, and I watched it firsthand. Come on, give me a break. Start acting like you got some sense. Your driving of the vehicles is a main sticking point. Haitian men came down with probably a queen-size mattress and threw it in the front yard. It didn't go very well. I tried to explain. I tried to be nice. Didn't go very well. So
you explained in English?
Yes. I had to drop the F-bomb and told them, take it and go. So they went down the street and ended up at that house right there.
Got it.
So they've thrown trash in the yard as they walk by. I'm done. I'm tired of dealing with the disrespect. I've never been so disrespected in my life, and my ex-husband has never disrespected me like this. They're not prosecuting for the property crimes, and it's a big mess, and we need some help. I want my city back. I want my people happy, and this is my town. I want to take it back.
Do you think the Haitians here are trying to assimilate to the culture in the town you grew up in?
No, I don't see it. If it is, more power to them. But there's a language barrier. I get it. Okay, but when they are paroled here on the I-94, they get 8 months of English lessons, the first 8 months. Okay. If they're not taking advantage of that, then why should we, the taxpayer, have to turn around and have our services overwhelmed? They're saying 20,000, and I am saying between 35 and 40 with the birth rates and the things that I see going on. So I don't know who's to blame. I don't know whose door to start kicking in. Mike DeWine, if you see this, Mike DeWine, get a hold of me. I really would like to have a word with you. And I promise I won't yell at. Somebody get a hold of me. I don't care who, get a hold of me. I need some solutions. I'm losing my mind.
been doxxed years ago. Okay, they've had my address since 2015, but for some reason on July 4th, they actually swatted me. So for the last couple of years, I've been getting death threats, text messages, you know, the typical.
Yeah, I get all the death
insane
threats too.
crap. Yeah.
Like that! Like that! Today, I got a very special guest, infamous Lucas Gage. I think a lot of people. He's been very, very controversial lately. Someone that I've been friends with for about a year. Only second time meeting in person. Who became friends online through that we were two of the main people that started the band, the ADL, which was the #1 trend in America, maybe the world for a couple of days. Got everyone talking about it. But before we get into that and Lucas's current situation, which a lot of people already know and want to hear about, let's jump in. It's all about your past. I actually honestly don't know that much about your past. I do know you were a Marine. I know you went to Iraq twice. So first off, I assume you're a patriot. What led you to joining the Marines?
Well, it was 9/11. I was 17 years old at the dentist, and I was sitting there, waiting for my appointment, and I heard on the radio that a tower was hit by a plane. And I go, oh, that's a terrible accident. Then a few minutes later, another hit. I was like, okay, there's something wrong with this. So after the dentist, I actually drove home. At the time, I lived in Warren, New Jersey, and, New Jersey's across from New York, and I lived in a town which was above the sea level. So there was a town called Greenbrook, which on the way up to my town, there's a place called Washington Rock. That's where George Washington actually looked over to the British coming to the bay. And so I went to Washington Rock, which is a monument, and I saw the towers on fire. So they didn't collapse yet. I just saw the entire skyline, completely smoke everywhere, crazy. So I went to school, to high school. I was at high school at the time. I went to go check on my sister, who was a freshman at the time. I said, you okay? She goes, yeah. So I went home. And I just sat there watching the TV as they were still on fire. And I said to myself, these are going to fall down. I had no clue about engineering. And they did. I was like, oh, God, all those people are dead. So, that's what really traumatized me. I was 17 at the time. So then I actually sought out the recruiters. I said, I want to go fight for my country, because I felt hook, line, and sinker for it was the Muslims, it was the Saddam Hussein, it was whatever.
Yeah, I think most of us did. I didn't really fall for the Saddam Hussein, but I believe that, I turned not extremely Islamophobic, but I fell for a little bit before, a couple years later, finding Muslim friends.
Yeah, right. And so I felt hook, line, and sinker, and I said, okay, I want to fight for my country. I called the recruiters, like, look, you can't join yet, because you're not 18, but you could do the delayed entry program where you come hang out with us every Saturday before you leave.
You say you were 17?
So I was 17 when I signed up for the delayed entry program. And then, so right after high school, instead of partying with my friends in the summertime, hanging out, 4 days after high school, right to Parris Island, South Carolina, where there's boot camp. So I was in the hottest summer. It was June to September of boot camp. And then I graduated from boot camp, and I was assigned to be not an infantryman, so I did a combat engineer. So I had to go to Marine combat training, which is another couple of weeks. And then I had to go to engineer school. And then that next year, 2003, February 14th, Valentine's Day, I was deployed to Iraq for the first time. Did 5 months my first tour. Because the Marine Corps is not like the Army. We don't sit there and occupy for years on end. We do 6-month tours here and there. We secure the area. So we went there at the first tour. That was the actual invasion. Mm-hmm. So as a combat engineer, I had to build bridges. I had built fortifications, things like this. And then I returned home after that 5 months. And then the next year, 2004, literally on February 14th, again, Valentine's Day, deployed again. And this time was after the war began. It was more like a humanitarian thing, fix the things we blew up. We did mine sweeping, things of that nature. And, we were like, what's going on here? Because the first war, we were like, okay, we're at war. The second time, we're like building stuff, and we're seeing like trucks, oil trucks taking everything. Like, there's something wrong with this. We found the weapons of mass destruction. So that's when I started questioning things. But that second tour was 7 months because our plane was delayed. Something happened where we stayed longer than before. And I got back. And so I had an ankle issue, Jake, so that I couldn't go full duty anymore. I couldn't do all the PT and all the marching stuff. So they put me on light duty. Yeah. And so light duty is, okay, Gage, you can either leave now in the Marine Corps, a year and a half left, and you might not get your GI Bill. I was like, I want that. Or you could just stay a year and a half left, and then we'll put you on a light duty, which is behind the desk. I was a MIMS clerk, which is like military inventory, whatever. You just take away the inventory. Because I had boats. We had all sorts of things. I was at 8th ESB Support Battalion, so Engineer Support Battalion. So we had all the parts for the bridges, all the parts for the boats, and everything like this. I'm sitting there on the computer, so I had access to the internet. Mm-hmm. And I keep hearing about Fallujah, this huge battle that we had as Marines. And I wasn't in that, but I typed Fallujah, what's going on? And I learned that we're using white phosphorus.
Oh, wow.
Wait a minute. We're the good guys. We invaded Iraq because of chemical weapons. why are we using white phosphorus on these people?
We're using chemical weapons and we invaded them.
Yeah, so that was my first red flag. And I'm seeing all these people like burnt to a crisp. So that was my first red flag about finding out what was going on. And then later, 6 months left of my service, a friend of mine sent his brother, younger brother, sent him loose change, which was the first 9/11 documentary I've ever seen. Because the only time I saw the towers collapse was when I first saw them on television. Never saw them again. They didn't just keep replaying them over and over again. So I'm watching this loose change thing, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty fast. I didn't notice that before. And Building 7, what the hell is that? So I started questioning. Now, that movie doesn't talk about who really did it. That's later on. But that woke me up. Like, man, my government's evil. So 6 months left out of the Marine Corps, got out. It was an honorable discharge, got my GI Bill, started going to community college, started taking philosophy and all these other things like this, and questioning reality. I mean, I questioned my whole life, religion, everything, Jake, because it's like, wow, man, my government lied to me.
Yes, originally you went in with complete love, a patriot, passion for your country, which obviously you still are a patriot, love your country, but you started questioning your government, seeing the destruction you've done. Did you see a lot of firsthand destruction of lives upturned and stuff in Iraq, or was it pretty like settled and stuff by the time you were in there?
No, the first tour was the actual invasion, but I went in day 3. So ground day 3, where already everything was annihilated, but there were still people left, and we were attached to 1st Marine Corps Division. That's infantry. So the death and destruction I saw either was already occurred, so people dead in the street, buildings, ghost towns, or the few Marines that I saw get killed in front of me, actually. I was on a 240 gun. See, a Marine is always a rifleman. So it's other services, they don't do everything. We do everything, convoy security, whatever they tell you to do, you do it. So I was a 240 gunner on a Humvee. Thank God I didn't have to kill anyone.
Yeah, thank God, that'd be terrible.
Right, it's, oh my
especially
God.
looking back, seeing
exactly, right. I have friends who kill people, they're all messed up. So I was on a 240 gun, and we're doing our first mission across this canal that they blew up. So again, we have to build bridges, medium girder bridges. They're like giant Lego pieces. We physically put them together and launch them with a truck. We also have these other bridges in the water, which they unfold, and we get the boats and tug them together. So we're sitting there, and the infantry's fighting across the river. And there's this AV, this amphibious vehicle, just sitting there. And all of a sudden, and all I heard was, these guys were killed. 3 of them died, 2 of them injured. So that was the first time I saw Marines get killed. They weren't part of my unit. They were part of infantry. But still, my fellow Marines.
Watching fellow Marines get, that's like your brothers. Regardless, that's your brothers. You know?
And you know what it is, Jake? The biggest trauma is not even just that. That sucked. It's the anxiety of any second a bullet might go through my face. I might get hit by a mortar, an IED, right? So that's the
getting their legs blown off.
Yes.
I know a lot of like injured veterans. I also know a veteran. One of my friends, did shoot someone who felt like the guy wasn't guilty. He said he eats him up every day. He shot a guy like by accident that like ran a checkpoint that he feels like wasn't intentional. So like imagine that eating you up.
I have a friend. He's a Marine Corps sniper recon. He killed 15 people. And he's like, when I told him the truth, he's like, man, he almost took his life. Not because I told him the truth, but just the haunting. He says, I see this kid. He was 15 at the end of my bed every night.
How are you treated by your fellow Marines with what's going on with Awakening? Are a lot of people on your side or against you? How has support been?
Well, after the war and everything, I started learning the truth about different stuff. And a lot of Marines, believe it or not, they understand what's happening. They know there's no weapons of mass destruction. Once the government admitted that, and Bush is making jokes like, well, they're not over here. It's like, dude, it's not funny, bro. You killed so many people for it. People are like, wow, we were lied about to Iraq. So they're open to it. And I have Marines that understand exactly what's going on, who's doing what. Some, I don't talk to these types anymore, but they're like, no, we did the right thing. And because that's their identity. They don't want to admit like their entire life was wasted.
Yeah, I have Marines that have had some arguments over, and they're like, they'll defend the bombing of the USS Liberty and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, how are you defending your own people getting killed by it? It just disgusts me. It's like, but overall, how do you feel the Iraqi people were? Obviously, they had a reason not to like you, but do you feel like they were good people, or do you feel nothing but hate?
Believe it or not, they actually, like, we were with the locals. We play soccer with the kids. We give them food we're not supposed to. Because we're feeding them, they run toward the trucks. No, they were very nice.
Despite you coming in and destroying.
Yeah, they had no idea. I mean, I don't know if we convinced them Saddam Hussein was bad, but one of my friends they thought was Van Damme. Like Van Damme. Like, they were kids, man. They were just farmers and stuff. So I didn't have any negative interaction with the locals at all. In fact, I was playing cards at one point.
Yeah, no, I've been to several places in the Middle East, and I was taught after 9/11 that there's these terrorists, they hate me. People still tell me on Twitter, why are you defending these people that hate me? And my experience has been amazing. Obviously, there's different countries and different cultures, but the places I've been treated amazing. Strangers inviting me home inviting me in their houses for tea and dinner, wanting to talk. Like, it's the best I've ever been treated. Places like Turkey, Morocco. Yes. Morocco's not Middle East, but still a Muslim country. So they get all the hate. And again, obviously there's bad people anywhere, but I think a lot of the hate was generated and pushed on us after 9/11 by, by the media owned by we know who.
Yes.
And another interesting thing is after 9/11, you mentioned that film you saw about, the things that, Michael Moore made a film produced by Harvey Weinstein, a big Jewish producer, which tried putting all the blame on Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And Saudi Arabia may have had, I'm not saying they didn't have anything to do with it, but other people, guys like Ryan Dawson and stuff, made films showing all the Israeli connections. These films were all banned from YouTube, while the other ones were highlighted. And to me, that's just, how can you show connections to one country and not another? Right. When I started seeing things like this, that was a big eye opener for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Saudi Arabians, they do export this Wahhabism, which is completely all they do is kill Muslims, these Wahhabis. Yeah. It's ridiculous. So that's what they're showing us. Look, the head chopping ISIS, that's not Muslim.
Yeah.
I've had, during this whole thing we'll get into, nothing but love from Muslims. Hey, listen, I got a house in Dubai. You want to come live there while you're literally nonstop love. They always want me to read the Quran, though.
They're always trying to
read the Quran, but so loving and so generous people. Yeah,
I'm glad you said that was a question. I had people asking, like, does Lucas hate Muslims and this and that? So that was the thing, and like, I mean, of course, there's bad Muslims, but overall, my experience has also been amazing with them. So it's I'm glad you've had the same experience.
Yeah, no, they've been nothing but kind and generous to me, emailing me, and
they really try to convert you.
They really do.
A lot more than Christian. They do a good job.
I'll send you a Quran. Just read this one. They'll send me verses and stuff.
Yeah, I know. I have several copies of the
Quran.
They
love it. They want to share something they really love, and it is a religion of peace. People say, no, it's headshot. That's Wahhabism. That's this crazy Saudi Arabian exported thing that just kills Muslims and Christians. It's a complete opposite of what you would think it would be.
And they work with this.
Yeah.
They're not enemies.
Well, the one time ISIS attacked it, they said, I'm sorry. It's like, okay, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's also treated ISIS prisoners in Syria, not prisoners, people that were injured.
Rebel fighters.
Rebels, the CIA, and were supplying with weapons. Yes. And they were literally supplying ISIS with weapons in Syria, trying to overthrow the government. Completely insane.
Yeah. So this stuff, we learned it, during the Syrian war. I was doing a lot of activism to expose these head chopping, jihadists that were not real Muslims. They were mercenaries from all over the world and just killing everyone, including Muslims. So it was really stupid. So that's why I really woke up to this, CIA Mossad funding of these mercenaries.
Yeah.
That's what they are. They're mercenaries. And because they said Assad used chemical weapons against his people. It's the same narrative. Chemical weapons, weapons of mass destruction. It was the terrorists who used it 55 other times.
Yeah.
Why would Assad gas his own people while he's winning the war? So it makes sense.
One of those gassings was determined to be fake. The one that when Trump went in and shed a couple bombs. Thankfully, he didn't launch a full war. They were trying to get up launch a full regime change war, but he sent in and hit a few bombs. That was later determined to be a fake gas attack.
So what happens is our government will say, if you do this, we'll bomb you, and that they'll go, okay, we'll do this, so that we actually act as their air force. They trick us, but it's all a scheme.
Yeah. During the Syrian war, I was strongly against it, but I was really confused why it was being pushed so hard. Trump was trying to pull out, and the deep state was refusing to pull out troops. They just kept pushing it. Now looking back, I can see clearly that it was it. At the time, I was naive, still trying to figure it out. Obviously, I'm still trying to piece some of this together because it goes still deep. But that was one of those things. Why are we pushing this war? One last question about your military thing.
Sure.
Someone asked me, what can a fellow Marine do to help you? He says, seeing what they're doing to you is just really upset him. And is there anything a fellow Marine can do to help?
Yeah, I mean, people have said,
ex-Marine.
People have said, well, they say a Marine is always a Marine. But people,
my bad then.
they've said, they've sent donations. Really, what's the most important thing, aside from all that, is spreading the word. People, can I do? Yeah, you can do it if you want. Don't ever send money you can't afford. But I want you rather to post this information, show your friends. That's worth more than anything. So the truth is the most important. Giving me money to help my family, okay, that's great. But it's better that we all help all for families, because a lot of our family members don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So if you guys are afraid to tell the truth in public, at least tell your family the truth. You might have to argue at Thanksgiving dinner here and there, but eventually they'll see something like, this doesn't add up. What are we doing in Ukraine? What are we doing with the Palestinians? What's going on here? We're broke. Why are we sending billions to Zelensky? Why are we sending billions to Israel? Why are we doing any of this stuff? It doesn't make sense unless you realize we have this parasite class robbing everything from us and making wealth for themselves and destroying the enemies of Israel.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Like I said, not everyone can, has the courage we do, or they might have to lose their jobs, which we put that risk too. But I understand. I'm not saying everyone has to do what we do, but at least talk to your personal friends and family. I talked to all my personal friends and family and woken up almost all of them.
Yeah,
if you put a good coherent argument with people, it might even not, maybe not the first day, but if you can debate someone for a week or two, they start being like, the evidence is too overwhelming on side. And that's why we're winning. You see Twitter in these places, we're completely demolishing. We're up against a multi-billion-dollar media machine, and the narrative switching our direction. And I know Twitter's not the real world, but that's where things start. We need to just we have momentum, and we need to just keep pushing.
People say it's not the real world, but it shows you what people really think.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I realized, and that's important because it's not you don't know who you're talking to, but you can be talking to a bot. You can talk to an 8,200 Israeli unit person. Yeah. But this is how these anonymous people telling you how they really feel. Mm-hmm. So I used to say, "Oh, Twitter's not important." Oh no, it's very really important, extremely important. That's where their narratives are being built by the enemy. That's where we have to take them down, and we can spread our memes and our interviews and everything and counter the narratives that they've made, and we can wake a lot of people up. And we have, Jake. I mean, when Elon, before he had to go to Auschwitz and where else he did to go to Israel to talk to Bibi, we actually had super free speech.
Yeah, I think every single person in my life told me to stop doing what I'm doing. I'm getting myself in trouble. It's not worth the risk. But it's like, if I don't do it and you don't do it and Nick don't do it, who is? Who's going to do it? Oh, it's not your fight, unless someone else. Who? No one was doing it. So I felt like we had to step up and start. No, I didn't want to do this. Do you want to do this?
No, I don't want to do this.
Look, we'll get into this later, but look how much your life has been disrupted. Right. I've been very fortunate where so far my life hasn't been disrupted. Your life has been totally spun upside down, but you keep fighting regardless because someone has to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And like I said, we are fighters. I mean, you're a literal fighter, and I'm a Marine, so you call me a fighter as well.
Yeah, it's the same
warrior spirit. So there's people like us who are on the front lines. That's our nature. I tell people this. There's four kinds of people.
Yeah.
The people on the front lines, okay, that are literally out there, name, face, everything. The people behind them, they help financially, technically, like, hey, I'll run your website. The other people, or the third people, are the financial types. Listen, I don't know anything. Here's some money to support everyone. Then there's a fourth person that do anything. Mm-hmm. We don't need these. Get them out of it. All they do is complain. Everyone's a Fed, conspiracy.
Yeah.
Don't be a D. There's A, B, C, and D. Yeah. Don't be a D, right?
Yeah.
So
everyone's they don't got to push hard as we do, but everyone's got to start helping a little bit.
I tell people this is my little motto. I said, do what you can from where you are with what you got, right? Mm-hmm. So wherever you are, do what you can. Okay, what can I do? Yeah. I have a skill. I could help Jake with this website, or I could post this meme, or I could do that. Okay, do what you can from where you are. Where am I? At my house? Okay, do it from your house, or do it from another place. I'm in Palestine. Let me do something there. With what you got. What do you got? Well, I got this skill set. I got this technology. I got this money. And you do this every day at the level that you can, because you can't do more than you can do. It's not possible. A lot of people get upset, like, I wish I was like you. Well, there's consequences to pay. Yeah, you don't have to.
You're paying big consequences.
Yeah, so I understand why people are afraid. That's what these people do. They make examples of people. So everyone goes, "Oh, I don't want to do that." But you don't have to do that. There are plenty of people out there doing what we're doing on the front lines. Support us with the technical support, websites, whatever. Like, again, you want to get a studio going, get some help there financially, and then if you want to support us, just get the hell out of the way. Just get out of our way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's also, like I said, I speak up a lot publicly, but I'm doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Some I don't do talk about, but connecting people. I'm doing all kinds of stuff. It goes a lot deeper. Some stuff I'm not going to talk about. I'm doing, but it's going to go. Eventually will. But it's not just. I think tweeting and talking and this type of stuff is actually extremely important. Information war is absolutely crucial. But you have to go beyond this to win. We're going to have to go deeper. We're going to have to start our own lobbies. Some of us have to get into politicians as much as I don't want to. I might have to. I mean, are you thinking about running for politics?
Well, people have told me to do it, and that's an option. I mean, I need a lot of support.
None of us want to. But,
exactly.
Guys like, we were hanging out with Dan Blazarian yesterday. He's a good, I've helped, I know how he's felt for a while and helped connect him with people. It's like, again, he asked me, should I speak up? I can't tell him with good conscience, yes, you should speak up. But it's like, Dan, you're going to have to, it's going to cost you a lot of money, a lot of hate, but in your soul what's right or wrong. I knew he was going to speak up because he's a warrior like us. So right away, I knew at some point Dan was going to speak up, despite everyone in his life being like, Dan, don't do it. Dan, don't do it. Because it's costing him, sure, multi-million-dollars. But people like us, we're warriors and we have to fight.
Yeah, no, and like I said, there are many ways that could be. People can run for office, or they can create NGOs. Like Nick, for example. Nick has America First.
Yeah,
he started that in his room, and look how he blew up.
It was crazy. Nick's done great, and I fell for the slanderous Nick as well.
It's always that.
Because I was told, I think a lot of people, because you're just constantly told he's this evil Nazi, and then Coutinho, he's a black guy who's a mutual friend. Yeah. I was in New York. He's just like, oh no, I think you'd really like Nick. I'm like, man, he's too extreme. And then he goes, he gave his numbers. I just start texting him. And then I started talking to him by text, and he seemed so reasonable and rational. And I met him in person.
Yeah.
But I hate to admit this. When I first met Nick, had a little doubt, like, oh, is this going to be bad for my career? I even have we all have a little bit of cowardice in us because I'm still making a lot of money, working with people and stuff. So thankfully they've been, they've stood by me and they support my free speech. They know I don't hate you. Yeah. But I'm like, oh, is this going to cost me my money? So I do understand the cowardice. Sometimes people see guys like us and they're like, oh, they're fearless. Like, no, we have those. I mean, I'm sure maybe you don't, but I'm sure you have those moments sometimes like, oh, should I do this? But it's like, that shows you how crazily toxic they made Nick. But even in the back of my mind, I thought, should I meet this guy? It's embarrassing that I even thought that, but that's how toxic they made him.
Well, I'll tell you, Jake, I mean, I should have mentioned this in during earlier conversation. Well, my name used to be Angelo John Gage, and I used to do activism back before 2020 and all that stuff. And eventually I wanted to quit because there was so much pressure on the family. I said, I don't want this name to haunt me forever. Yeah. And I actually legally changed my name to Lucas Gage. And I told my wife, I'm done with politics, no more. I tried everything. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I did what I could. I did a lot of activism, like the word anti-white back in 2015, wasn't anywhere. Now it's everywhere. Great replacement, everyone talks about. Yeah. So my group was crucial in that. Not only me, but
but groups, exactly.
Yeah. So I did my part.
It's never one person, but we are the people on the front lines.
Maybe I did enough. Maybe I could let Nick and the younger guys take care of it. Because that's why I said, look at this guy, he's doing great, and other people like him are doing it. Let them do it. Let me retire and go away and be a dad. Because it does affect the family. It really does. Yeah. So I decided to change my name legally to Lucas Gage. It was 2 years ago. And I said, I'm done. I'm going to go write self-help books and do life coaching stuff. What I did before I started with this stuff. Yeah. Then the Ukraine-Russia war happened. I'm like, oh, God. And I see who's behind it. Blinken, Zelensky. I'm like, oh, God, I can't. I made one video for 2 minutes. It went viral all over the world. I'm like, I'm meant to do this. I came back in slowly again, and then boom. So this name's actually even more destroyed than my other name. But I had
now you have the third name. But it's just, if we're not going to do it, who is? That's what it came down to. That's obviously, everyone in my life tried talking me out of it, but I'm like, who? I don't want to do this, but I just feel like I have a duty. I've lived a good life. My life's been amazing. I obviously don't want to die, but if something happens to me, we've already lived good. You have to sacrifice for your country sometimes. I think this is a good segue into how we first met. I was on I cannot stand the 80 for multiple reasons. They're extremely anti-white. I'm in no means racist, but I'm pro-white. I think everyone should be pro whatever their race is. I think everyone should. The blacks should be pro-black. The white should be pro-white. The Mexican should be pro-Mexican. Again, it makes sense, but it's constantly just pushing anti-white hate. And they're also trying to censor everything. Extremely against censorship. Yeah. I didn't realize how deep they go. I also knew they were started to protect a pedophile who killed a 13-year-old girl, and he's innocent, but all the evidence shows he's guilty. Right. So I absolutely despise the AL. And then I was on Twitter one day, and I seen a small account. It was small at the time. Keith Woods. Mm-hmm. He had a tweet. He said something like, ban the AL something, attach it with ADL. So I did a post that said ban the AL too. And I forget who, I think he might have DM'd me, and he said, oh, that's great. Let's see if we can get this trending. So I go, oh, let's see if we can let's get ban the AL trending. And then I started just writing, maybe 30 tweets in a row with ban the AL. I'm not sure if you jumped in before or not. It was literally only a few of us accounts natural. It was me, you, Sam Parker.
I think it was a Chief Trumpster as well. And then
I think so.
And then you.
Yeah, and the time, none of our accounts were as big as the time either. It's the funny part is, what were you at the time? Probably under 100,000. I think Keith was.
Like 60 or something.
Yeah, so it was a few like mids, I was the largest count on there by a lot. And I had, 400 or 500, maybe 400 or 500,000 at the time. It was all completely organic. And we just started exposing the 80. Yep. And that just turned absolutely massive. It was the number one trend in America. Maybe the world, I'm not sure. It was the top trending topic for several days. Elon weighed in. Yep. We forced everyone to weigh in. All these guys that didn't want to, conservatives, because they're taking money from Israel, but they all had to weigh in. And we turned it so toxic, they had to go against the 80. And they didn't want to do.
It was a massive shift. Like one of the biggest shifts was Kanye and Nick working together.
Yep.
Him coming out, being destroyed by these people who have no power, by the way. We have no Jonathan Greenblatt. If we don't get him now, then the myth of us having power to get him will spread. It's like what?
It just gets destroyed now. Dude, but it shows that you actually can make change with a few small people on Twitter. It's like a global mind, and so many people jumped in so fast. When I put as soon as I did the hashtag, let's get this hashtag going, it was just boom, 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 boom. My followers, they were just going crazy, just posting it over and over. I'm like, wow, and then it just blew up like wildfire. I couldn't believe it. Within like an hour, it was like top 10. Then it's like 5. It's just like I couldn't believe how fast it jumped. It was like, wow, this is. I think I'd give Keith Lee the credit for starting it. I was the first big count to jump in, and it was a while till the other big counts jumped in. I think it was a full 24 hours or something till.
I think they wanted to make sure it was safe.
They waited for it to be safe.
So we went up there. We were pushing it first, us 5, and then eventually, I don't even know if Charlie Kirk, someone like that jumped in. Like, oh yeah, I don't know if he did or not, but the accounts started coming in later. Because they realized, okay, this is some safe. Because it got bigger than us. I mean, it went beyond.
Way bigger.
It just became its own organic thing.
It showed that like a few like small, mid-sized counts can actually make change, and that's why people say don't tweet and stuff. But that's why I do it. I know there's thought leaders that are actually the ones. A lot of people can't critically think for themselves, and they don't expose stuff. We do research and find stuff. I started during the ADL. I started researching the ADL more. I see, they train our FBI, they train our law enforcement, they openly admit to controlling Google, other search engines. They have a little bit with Twitter even. They're the ones that censor Facebook.
They were committing crimes.
Probably all the search engines. Dude, they had a massive spying network. I can't remember, but I think about not just Muslims. Yeah. Anyone that was like, we're probably being spied on them right now. I mean, I hate to admit it. Like, like our phones. I mean, everyone's always freaking out. Like, give your ID. Like, they're probably already tracking my phone. It's just the realistic. Has the biggest spying capabilities in the world.
They're cyber powers.
Yeah, people have always, they've done spying, blackmail, as you can see with like Epstein. Yep. But when you just dig and see just how evil and vile the ADL are, and we've turned them toxic. Wikipedia just dropped them as a source. Yeah, that's big.
We hit them hard, and it took a while, but it worked. So,
but that was a big moment. It showed that like we actually can make shifts, and I think other people need to realize. You think you can't do something? That's not true. What are we? We a couple guys with like at the time I had 5, and between us we probably had like 700,000 followers. Yeah. And we were able to get that the top thing, and that's just one of many things we're doing. Also, with the current, we've done a lot to shift the current, opinion too.
October 7th came out. They started saying 40 beheaded babies, and we jumped on that immediately.
We were all treated like pariahs. I lost like 10,000 followers on October 7th. I was vilified and
exonerated. I mean, we were vindicated.
Yeah, and I wasn't even like I was just saying this is a complicated issue. I wasn't being like, Hamas is good. I'm like, this is actually extremely complicated because I've been to Israel. I think I've been to Israel. I went there. I was told, how great it is. They took me around, showed me all these great places, did jiu-jitsu, went and worked out with the IDF, took me to a party where I think they tried to blackmail me, tried to get me to wear a little hat. They bring you around, show you a good time. But I also had a friend that was visiting his family in the West Bank. And he kept being like, come see me. I really want to show you around and show you what they do. And the IDF wouldn't let me go. I could have maybe like kind of gone off, snug off by myself, but it was like they flat out wouldn't take me over to the guy. I'm like, no, I really want to go see my friend. He's saying he's safe. Like, oh no, they're dirty terrorists, rats, you'll get killed. And that is when I started going, something's not right. And they kept saying over and over, this is always our land. God promised our land. This is our ancestral homeland. They're saying over and over. So I went home from this trip, and that's when I did a deep dive into the history, and I started seeing it was not their land. It was, 1897. They had a meeting where there was a international Jewish conspiracy where they conspired to take over Palestine. And they started, between, bribes, terrorism, murder, poisoning wells, brutal massacres. They started slowly taking the land. And it's brutal. I mean, there should be some movies about that. A lot of movies about the Holocaust, but there's not a single movie about the massacre in Palestine. They took them as refugees and they just so that was a big wake-up call for me. I still didn't understand how deep the control was, but that was like, these people, what they did there is messed up.
Yeah, no, October 7th, because this is years later, of course, it's just like what they're doing to these children and saying they're not doing it. So it's the first genocide live streamed to humanity. And they're just making excuses like I've never heard before. It's like, you guys are out of your minds. What's wrong with you people? And our politicians are all shilling for them, but they don't have the narrative. We do.
We have truth on our side. Right. We have the money, we have truth.
Yes. So we've debunked them just on Twitter. We completely annihilated all their arguments. We were saying they killed their own people on October 7th. And then they finally admit, actually, the F Hannibal Protocol, we killed our own people.
We were on that early. And they were just putting so much fake stuff. They were saying Hamas is going door to door killing people, but it was Israeli soldiers going door to door.
Or human shields. They're the ones using, the guy literally had a human shield on his truck, with the guy or the one holding him down. And
if you're on these Telegram channels, I'm sure you are. It's hard to go being a father. It's hard going looking at them. Just the stuff they do is terrible. I don't know how anyone can look at this, and it's just the most inhuman thing I've ever seen. I force myself to go every day and look, and I only post like one a day usually, but there's hundreds in there. People getting massacred, human shields, people getting out of prison just looking brutally tortured, where they've gone crazy. They're putting electrodes in people's asses and shocking them and eating it, brutal tortures, and this is all against.
They're making up new war crimes, like they're putting food out there and then they're shooting people who will get it. And it's crazy. It's not, and people say, "Oh, it's these." No, it's not. It's the government. No, there are chat rooms full of hundreds of thousands of is on Telegram, literally laughing at the kids.
Those are brutal, man.
Like, oh, Muhammad got too big today. It's a little baby.
Yeah.
Or they'll say this baby's alive, and the woman goes, "We'll get him next time." There's something wrong with these people.
I can't go on those plays more than like once every couple of weeks because I get so sick when I go on the Palestinian ones, see the massacre, but when I go on the Israel ones and they're laughing about it and talking about how they enjoy killing them, I'm like, wow, I'm going to be very clear. It's not all isn't all, but it's way.
That's a lot.
It's
a lot of them, and
it's way too many.
Yeah, it's like 95% support this, and they argue we need more. We need more force. We're too nice to them. We should just flatten them all and spare their children. It's like not even spare the kids because they're going to grow up to be terrorists. And there's a lot of fanaticism there. There is.
It's crazy how dehumanized, and unfortunately, it's obviously like, but there's also some like Christians and stuff.
Oh yeah, even the Christians on this.
It's like I don't know how they could dehumanize people like this. They used to always say like, "Oh, I don't know how people sat by and watched the Holocaust and stuff." Like, well, we're watching it with actual videos there. We're watching it. People are sitting back and doing nothing. And unfortunately, Trump, Biden, and RFK are all simping, saying they'll do anything for this. So it's we're gonna need to to do our own uprising.
Yeah, it is sad because even the Christians. I think Sneaka was interviewing a woman who was a Christian. She's like, "I don't care about any babies." How does a Christian even say that?
Oh, it's insane. Being a father, they how can you not care about these kids?
You can't just blame, like, I go really tough on you. You know what I mean? That's more of a drill instructor, tough love shtick. Yeah. I'm looking for the good ones. Where are you at? So I'm like, there are no good. Oh, I'm a good one. Okay.
Yeah.
But these Christians are just as insane, dude.
Yeah.
It's even worse because they should know better as Christians.
Yeah, that's a good question. You've been extremely harsh on. So are there people you like?
Yeah,
I personally have some good friends still.
I have friends that are my doctors. Get rid of them; they're going to poison
my
me.
lawyer, of course.
Of course. But no, I mean, look, there are people like anyone else, and of course, they're going to be. A lot of them are traumatized through this whole industry that they're told if you don't support it, you're going to become killed like the Nazis killed you. Or there's a movie called Defamation. I'll never forget it. And this Israeli girl and her whole crew goes out, and she doesn't care. She's like, I don't feel anything. This sucks, but. And the guy goes, watch her. So the tour guide who brought her there is like, watch her at the end of the video. When she's done with the tour, I hate everyone. I gotta kill the nuts. She's just fanatically brain. There are people like anyone. I call them all these things. I'm trying to agitate them to step up. Say, look, I'm not like
you push boundaries. I get it because I do it too. Someone has to push the boundaries. People understand.
But I don't want to hurt any innocent people. I say to Billy, I'm against violence, and then I get suspended for inciting violence for 6 months. But again, what I'm saying is I'm trying to push people to say, okay, I'm not like this. And not just don't say you're like it. Take action against those who are doing it. So another thing is that, because a lot of times, I don't agree with that. Okay, now help us fight. Well, I can't because of this law on the top. Okay, then you're not a good person. Like, this mafia thing going. So it's like, I push the limits because I'm trying to teach a lot of people what's going on. And they hide behind anti-Semitism. That's the problem. So they use this weapon to say, everything's anti. Just the other day, Meta bans the word Zion. So how can you address Zion if you can't say Zion? It's incredible.
Yeah, it's crazy watching all the social media and even politicians. They jump to pass anti-laws. Yeah. There's no anti-white laws, anti-Asian laws, they're the most richest group, most privileged group in America. They have all these special laws. I think that woke a lot of people up. I know, like when Kanye got canceled, and also there's a basketball player.
Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, they can call white people devils, but as soon as they said something about, they got whipped in line. I was like, wow.
Nick Cannon was saying something about, the white devil's fine. So you can make fun of us all you want, and that's fine. But then they say it's white supremacy. So wait a minute. If white supremacy runs America, why are there laws that protect Jews who are the enemies of white supremacists? And why would white supremacists help Israel, which would be the enemy state of the white supremacists? And why would they censor their own people? Why are there no pro-white groups?
Yeah.
It's like, where are the thousands of pro-white groups? So it's just nonsense. It's rejection. It's supremacy.
They talk about how white this is so bad, white nation is so bad, but they literally have a nation that's a ethno-Euro state of only. Somehow that gets passed over.
Yeah.
And again, I don't think most Jews are bad people. I think most of them are brainwashed from an early age.
Traumatized.
I think there's people at top doing this deliberately. So they use them as the this. Everyone's trying to kill us. Nothing's ever our fault. So they've been brainwashed. They're actually even given talking points. They send them talking points to press. So that's instilled. I do feel like at the top, though, it's run almost like a mafia. It's so organized. It's
literally a global diaspora mafia. And it isn't even the biggest thing. People, it's just Zion. No, there's globalists too. The Soros Jews that are pushing globalism, the Kalergi plan, white genocide, the Great Replacement. So you got this kosher sandwich I keep talking about. That's why I don't say it's Zion, I say it's Jew supremacy. Because a lot of times, very tricky, these people do. There'll be folks who are anti-Zionists. They'll go on the anti-Zionist side, and what they do is blame white supremacy. Those white supremacy, it's white people. So they take all the people of color and say, no, it's a white devil doing it. Okay, white supremacy. And then the other side, the side, tells Europeans and white people, it's the dirty brown Muslims that are killing you. Stop them.
Tommy Robinsons.
Right, those type, the Tommy Robinsons, the Kate Hopkins, the Laura Loomers even.
It's to divide us, divide the white, black people with the Muslims.
And then who's protected? No matter what side you pick, they're protected. They're not responsible for they're not responsible for Islamophobia. It's just the white man and the black man. So, and then you look, and I've been talking to a lot of black folks too. They learn who owns the slave ships. Well, white people were involved in slavery. Blacks sold their own people in slavery because they were criminals or they were slaves in conquered tribes. But they facilitated the ship. The ship.
Yeah, I haven't done the research, but a friend just said they're going to give me the book of all the. I think it's Barrack It has the.
Well, there's a guy named Dr. Tony Martin. You guys can Google him. He does a whole thing about it. So people are starting to learn who these other people are, and even down in the South, the slave owners, 2% of the slave owners, many of them were.
Yeah, and it's a tricky issue because there's clearly the premise. Let's believe out people at the top, but we also don't want to turn hatred against the regular people. We want to wake the average up to these people they're not representing
they're also getting affected.
Yeah, they're also
again. Look at October 7th. The Israeli government literally murdered their own people. I'm sure those girls dancing didn't want to get shot by Apache helicopter.
Those were just dirty hippies to them. That's why. That's why they deliberately moved that festival there because those were expendables. Those were the kind of the people that probably actually wanted to give the Palestinians more rights. So they put them there. They didn't want those people. They wanted to. And we don't know the numbers, but I suspect
I think it was 300 were
killed by the helicopters, because they wanted to jack the death rates up. So they came through and sprayed those people. They didn't want net. Doesn't want those people. No. They also sprayed some of the houses with tanks. Like we have no idea. They might have killed the majority of the people.
We'll never know exactly the numbers, but I know it was like around 300 were killed by the Apache helicopters at least, because Hamas doesn't have the ability to torch those cars like that.
Well, that was so obvious to me. They don't have
those two Jewish people that were like burnt this way. They were blown up this way and charred. That's not what a bazooka does or whatever they had. They don't even have a bazooka, an RPG or something like that. That was other heavy weaponry. And again, people died because. And by the way, do false flags. They had the Levant affair. They were supposed to bomb synagogue. They don't care about.
What's up with Levant affairs? We got some people watching. Don't know.
So if I recall correctly, the Levant affair was when they tried to do this bombing of the Egyptians.
Yep, it was in Egyptian. They hit a bunch of British and American targets all over there, and they blamed it on Egyptians. Yes. But Egyptians, they got the plot. They found the guys and hung them. So, but that America would have attacked Egypt if they'd done that. The same false flag when they attacked our ship, the USS Liberty. That was, and I can't say the exact reason why they did it, but again, I think they're trying to blame it on Egypt, my guess.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other ones that I can't say with 100% certainty, but it makes you be like, hey, you start seeing all the connections between 9/11. I think that's a little too much information to get into right now, but people should look this up on their own with the dancing. The guy who had the lease on the building, all the spy rings, including explosive. They had explosive experts that were arrested right after.
Yeah, the USS Liberty is interesting because there's many theories about whether it was a false flag. Well, the thing is, the ship was there by itself. It didn't have to be a false flag. Some argue that this one Gatsik Rabin, the colonel or whatever, he wanted to just destroy the ship. Maybe he had intelligence on what they were doing on the Golden Knights. We don't know exactly why, but we do know that it's purposely attacked it. End of story.
Those were Marines too, right?
Well, they were sailors. They were Navy. So it was
fellow military men.
Yeah, 34 were killed, 171 injured. Most decorated ship ever. Purple Hearts all over the place. You don't hear anything about no congressional investigation. There was a library they made, and all these people got mad, tried to shut it down. It's like, why is there not a USS Liberty Day? Because obviously our ally attacked that ship and tried to sink it or something. I don't know exactly what, but they did it.
Every single survivor swears it was deliberate. They were flying a giant American attack. There was even a guy on the radio that radioed in, it's in America. He was told to attack anyways. It went on for, I think, at least like over an hour with a giant American thing flying. I think eventually they got stopped. Somehow they they jammed the radio frequency so they couldn't call in. I think eventually they got through the radio and that's when they stopped it. but they deliberately attacked and killed 34 soldiers, and we just ignore it. Buried it.
They have semen. That's what they're called, unfortunately. But yeah, 34 of them, 171 were killed. I'm sorry, injured. But again, this is LBJ did not want to embarrass an ally. He didn't want to get involved with this thing, and it's like, why?
Well, he's also, after JFK was killed, he's the guy.
There you go. So
there's a lot of connections with JFK of like, it's so deep. But he was trying to shut down what's AIPAC now, which is how all our politicians are elected. It was called something else at the time, but it's AIPAC now. He was trying to make there's a foreign lobby. Yep. He's also trying to shut down their nuclear program.
Yeah, Demona facility. And so Ben Gurion, they needed nukes to protect themselves from so they thought as an existential threat that Kennedy had, and he wasn't going to stop it.
No, he was very adamant he was shutting them both down. And they need AIPAC because that's how they control the politicians. Those were two absolute needs. And it goes, they think, that's I think the Jeep Mafia was probably behind that. Meyer Linsky was the head of the Jeep Mafia. Jack Rubenstein.
He was part of the
I stumbled across a couple of days ago.
Danish Connection. It was called.
I was reading a couple of days ago the MK Ultra experiments. The doctor that he came in and demanded that he meet him. He was number 2 in MK Ultra, something Jocelyn West. He demanded it. The judge thought it was weird, so he said no. Somehow, like a month or so later, he got in with Jack Ruby anyways. After that, Jack Ruby's brain was scrambled. He was never the same. This guy in letters he wrote to the head of MK Ultra that he figured out how to take memories and install false memories. This is you can look this stuff up. It's verifiable.
It's not,
look all this stuff. People think it sounds too crazy, but it's all true.
When I did life coaching, there's something called neuro-linguistic programming. This is what Tony Robbins does. A lot of high performance coaches, they do it. And it's basically, you can put people in trances if they're susceptible to hypnosis. So it's not like everyone can fall for it. You got to find the correct type of candidate. So some people are completely resistant. Others instantly are so easy to hypnotize. So, for example, RFK's assassination was Sirhan Sirhan. He was susceptible. He didn't even know what happened. And he passed all the lie detectors.
It was crazy. I think the same guy, West, I think he also worked with that guy. Him after the exact same guy I was talking about.
Yeah, he was the head of MK Ultra. So they were able to take these people. He is trying to assassinate, what's his name, Yasser Arafat with one of these MK Ultra guys, and it failed. So it is possible. People think it's science fiction. It's not. The human mind can be manipulated. You could, put these you can install things, I guess, commands, and then once the trigger goes, they think about a victim. Let's suppose a woman was raped by a fish market or something. And back anytime she smells fish, she'll think of the rape. So it's kind of like that same anchor. They can install an anchor with a word and make you think a certain way or act a certain way. So it's not science fiction, especially MK Ultra with the drugs and the repeated trauma,
torture, drugs. Sexual. I'm going to do more research now. I think I'm going to do a whole podcast on MK Ultra because it's crazy. I started going down that rabbit hole. I need to get someone who's an expert. I need to do a lot more research on it first, but it's crazy the stuff I was reading the last couple of days. That same guy that Jocelyn West was talking about, there's another case where he did a little work with this guy at a military base. The guy went into a trance-like state, took a 3-year-old girl, and he had no memory of it. He was completely out of it for a few days, and he kind of snapped back and just swore he had no memory of it. Again, the West guy got him privately after the meeting. He said, the memory came back to him, but it didn't really make any sense. He said he named some girl that molested him, abused him, so the girl reminded him, but they never did any follow-up research. The guy was given the death penalty, and it looks like, so literally he's working with these same guys everywhere he goes. They're doing mind control. In his own writing to the CIA, he said that he figured out how to install fake memories. Unfortunately, they took all the files and completely destroyed them. There's only little pieces left, but it goes deep in MK Ultra. It is some twisted, nasty shit. The same guy also marched along Martin Luther King. I doubt he wanted the best for America. So it makes you wonder, why is a guy like this with King? When you have Malcolm X calling out King, being like, this guy's Martin Luther King's a puppet. So it makes you. I didn't do a lot more digging on the research, but I stumbled across some very, very interesting stuff.
Look at Harley Pasternak, Kanye's trainer or whatever.
Just thinking about him.
He was ex-military, Canadian, and I don't know what he's doing. And he was also the trainer for the person who turned into Elliot. What's his name?
Elliot. He trains like 50, 100 big celebrities.
So like the handlers. And we saw what Ye texted. What he said, if you don't apologize to my people, I'll put you back in Zombieland.
Take your children,
I mean, what is this?
Father, that's the most terrible thing.
And then Michael Jackson had his mysterious death, and he was calling these people out years ago. And look what happened to that.
The other thing with Michael Jackson is the guy was randomly placed the head of his security, a 22-year-old guy, brand new. That same guy, after Michael Jackson died, I think he was the first or second guy to find Jackson's body, was switched to become Puff Daddy or P Diddy's head of security. I don't know if people are following, but P Diddy has a potential blackmail scheme going. Also, a member of the tribe was the guy who was producing them and likely behind it. So it's when you start, everybody, like I said, everyone should look all this stuff up because it starts getting crazy when you start seeing the connections. And some of them you can't 100% say what they mean, but there's clearly.
Well, how many coincidences do you need? I mean, look, when you talk about JFK, they made the movie JFK. It was Oliver Stone. And then this other guy, Arnon Milchan, who was literally the greatest spy ever. He was taking nuclear triggers, and they brag about it.
Yeah.
It's like, what, dude, what? But in that movie,
they
nothing
blame
about
on the CIA. They never mentioned any
all about the CIA. Yeah,
all I ever heard as a kid was CIA when they talk about Kennedy. But then you start looking, and you're like, damn, they lied. Then you go, oh, who made it? Also, the Warren Commission that investigated it, Lyndon Johnson, the guy who benefited the most from the death, he personally appointed people. Yeah. He appointed, I need to do a little research with the names, but one of the guys was the guy who was part of that he fired for the Cuban Missile Crisis. Another one, I believe, was one of the top. It was people that were there to cover it up.
Oh yeah,
they did things like the bullet went through several people. Said it was one shooter.
Well, just like 9/11 Commission, all bunch of Zionists, literally cover it up. And again, it's like it's always the same play, and they do a crime, they cover it up, and that's it. They push it on some other conspiracy. It's the CIA. It's the Saddam Hussein, Al Qaeda. It's never them, and then you look into it, it's them.
Yeah, and I think there, obviously there's always multiple power.
It's not just them.
Yeah, you can't just say them, but it seems like it seems like they're the number one power broker. It seems like they're the ones pulling the most strings.
Right.
Well, all you got to look at AIPAC. They're openly bragging about how they won their last 3,000 elections. As soon as they want more money, we wanted a border. Everyone wanted a further border. You know what they do? They went and met to give money to Ukraine. And they said, 10 million for border or something. And people were like, no, that's not enough. You know what they did? They came back and gave us nothing. They didn't give American people shit. All they did is give money to Ukraine and Israel. It's like they're not here to represent us. The politicians are the enemies.
They work for a foreign entity. They're special interests.
And then Thomas Massey was calling it out, and then his wife mysteriously died. I'm not going to say they did or didn't kill her, but that's pretty strange.
It is very weird that he was talking about the Fed, he was talking about something else, and next thing you know, I don't know what happened. He hasn't said the cause of death, I believe.
He said something, it was unknown. He's doing an autopsy. Sounded like she just randomly died. He treated something like the safety of her own home. Wow. She randomly died, doing an autopsy trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, that is very strange. I hope it's not the case, man. It sucks that she died anyway.
Yeah,
I hope it was natural, but I also really don't hope it was an assassination.
Yeah, and he's literally the only guy standing up against AIPAC trying to.
And he defeated them. He beat them without any money. It's funny because I met Cynthia McKinney a few weeks ago at this conference, the JP conference, and she was telling her story about she's always run when she was in Congress 6 times congresswoman, always running into this AIPAC thing. Always, you got it. Did you sign the pledge? Oh, you didn't sign the pledge? Oh, no money for you. And that's what Massey was saying. Everyone's got an AIPAC guy.
Mm-hmm. They literally have an AIPAC guy. And it's not just money. They have all these organizations, ways to organize, mobilize. I'm for sure they're the ones, probably pulling in the mail-in ballots. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they're helping cheating elections. I can't say that. I have no evidence saying that, but it wouldn't surprise me at all because they're winning pretty much every election.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. How are we going to change things when they completely control our politicians?
They blame Russia, they blame China for it, but it really is.
The thing is, people are seeing it now. They have a problem on their hands, and it is. So I do understand why people worry about us. The amount of people saying "oh, you could get killed," it's like, it's a real thing. It's like we are putting our lives in danger. That's how wicked these people are.
Look what's happening to me right now. If you want to get to that,
I think it's perfect time. Let's dig into this. People that don't know,
look, I've been doxxed years ago. Okay, they've had my address since 2015, but for some reason on July 4th. They actually swatted me. So for the last couple of years, I've been getting death threats, text messages, the typical.
Yeah, I get all the death threats too. Crap. Yeah, they say they want to rape your family and stuff. You do those, kill your kid, rape kids. It's disgusting.
It's always sexual.
It's always sexual. Kids and family make you watch.
So during October 7th, I got a lot of those. I also got a lot of love from everyone sitting to support them, Palestinians. But this time, it was the first time in my life that I got swatted. So. It was July 4th. I got a phone call from the police. Hi, Mr. Gage. This is the sergeant, whatever. I recorded it. I was sitting there supposed to do a stream or whatever. And I recorded it, and I was like, can you step outside with your hands up? I'm like, oh, Jesus. Never in my life. So I step outside. My wife said, Kate, you have to record this. So she records it. Step outside. There's cops. They're hiding in my neighbor's bushes, behind the truck. I see lights. All right, put your hands up. Okay, officer, no problem. They cuffed me for protocol. He's like, you're not under arrest, Mr. Gage. We have to make sure that everything's clear. They cuffed me for a little bit, cleared the house. I'm back. Okay, let him go. And then they told me what happened. They said, sir, we got a phone call from the VA saying that you killed your wife and you're going to kill everyone in the house. So what these people are doing, they're calling the VA crisis hotline. They're not calling the police. Hey, they're calling the VA crisis line. They must respond to the VA crisis line. And I'm a veteran. And they know I have PTSD. The police knows that. And so that was the first. The second night around the same time, again swatted.
What time they were coming in?
It was like the morning. It was like 1 or something.
When you're like trying to sleep.
Yeah, I'm sitting there.
Overtime.
Yeah, so again, they come again. This time they don't arrest me or they don't put their hands behind your back. They check me. They say, we're sorry, Mr. Gage. So they start to realize something's wrong here. The third, so I got swatted 9 times, but only twice.
9 times?
Yes, 9 times in like 4 days or 3 days. But only twice was
actually came with guns.
Because swatting, it means anytime they get a call about someone being murdered or killed, or they have to have a heightened response. So the other times they said, look, we're going to call you before we show up. So the next time they came in the morning, they actually knocked on the door. My wife answered it because I was passed out. I finally got some sleep. We heard someone got burned in the house. Another time they said, you're going to kill your dad. My dad doesn't live here. Another time, the police were investigating people delivering stuff because they were sending. So these terrorists, these cyber terrorists, some of them say the Talmudic network, others says 6765. I got people from Israel saying it's them. They'll never catch us. Different countries, whatever. But these people engaged in the mass harassment through swatting. So the swatting was supposed to get me killed.
Yeah.
They were hoping my PTSD flared up.
You get your kids killed too. You have young kids living with you.
Right.
Stress and that is just
so
awful.
They wanted me to say something crazy or put if the cop says gun, you're dead. They're going to start firing. So the police, they were calm about it. I complied with them. Made them feel good. I said I'm unarmed because I don't have any weapons. So that was the first 2 nights. And the other nights or the other days were like, they just called me, we talked. And it's funny, one time they were investigating a delivery. While they're in the driveway with me, the cops, they get another call from the state police saying, hey, we got a report that there's a dead body in his house. We're like, what? It's just like, they're just making things up as they go along. So
they never lie.
Yeah. So there was like 15 incidences, 9 of which were swattings. And then the other ones were like pizza deliveries. They were sending all the Dominoes to my homes. Multiple people pulling up at the same time. I say, guys, I didn't call you. And people are like, why are you complaining about food? It's not paid for, guys. They're sending unpaid deliveries, so they're
small businesses money and these workers, and they just don't care about hurting people. It's crazy.
So
particularly your kids, and that's terrible. I'm sure they're probably trying to cause strain in your marriage and stuff.
That's
too.
exactly what occurred.
Girls
My
don't
wife is
deal with
freaking out. Yeah,
she's the way we deal with stuff. They don't deal with it,
Yeah. So the thing is, if they can't touch me, kill me, they will traumatize you mentally. We'll say, look, we can send people to the house at any time during the day. So I told my wife, get out of the house. I'll sit here and I'll deal with all these people. So I literally sat there for a few days just waiting to get someone to show up. A plumber showed up. I didn't call you, sorry. But you know who sent you? I started saying, Jews are mad about Palestine. So I started red pilling everyone.
That way you know what they're doing,
I might as well tell you
use this
who's doing it. Yeah. So one of the guys was actually a locksmith showed up. He was in his. I didn't know. I said, these Jews are mad because I support Palestine. And he goes, Arma's a beach. I'm like, he goes, yeah. And he didn't look that way because he was like darker.
Yeah.
So I thought he was Palestinian, and he's from his broken accent. And I didn't, people would be like, Gage hates. I told him to run away. No, I sat there trying to talk to him.
Yeah.
He was so brainwashed. I'm like, all right, listen, we're not going to agree. I'm like, look, man, we're not going to agree on this, but listen, I'm sorry that your people sent you here. And I told them,
your people are the ones that screwed you over.
Right, they false flagged you to come here, so and he went away. But then they started sending like another trick is this: the gas company. So anyone could call, like right now, one of the guys back there or the girl could text my gas company, say, hey, there's a leak at my address, and they have to show up because if it's leak, it can be very dangerous. So if they show up and you're not home, they shut off your gas.
Yeah.
So I was there to catch him a few times, and then today they sent the gas company in the morning. Turns out there was a leak. So actually,
they helped you out.
Yeah. So it was outside.
You sent that person.
Yeah. So the fire department was there. But they've been sending deliveries all these days. They've been Chinese food, pizza deliveries. I told all the Domino's, just blacklist me from your establishment. Don't even answer the phone. I'm not doing. Call the police. Tell them you got pranked because they're calling from Google phone numbers. Yeah. Hi, it's Michaela. I'm not. Do I look like Michaela to you? Electricians were coming over. So today they sent a cleaning crew, like literally Latino. They couldn't. I put signs So don't cross. I put barriers. They couldn't read it. I don't know.
So those Mexicans went and wasted their day,
Right.
not booked their job. It cost them half a day. They probably did book something else.
That's what bothers me, and that's why I destroyed the flag and I put it down because I got so frustrated with these people.
I thought it was funny, but you got a lot of hate for that.
I did.
I don't think you got that much hate actually, but that's
No,
what they banned
it
you
was-
for. I think that was actually eye-opening to me because I did a little research on the top. After that, wow, I see why that's so hidden.
Yeah, well, these people have to understand. Like, why did you destroy the Israeli flag? Why did you? Because they sent it to me to mock me. I said, why don't you move this flag? So I stomped in it, made a joke, then I cut it in half with the Roman sword, and then they sent me to Talmud. I said, oh, might as well light it on fire. So yeah, it was a little out there, maybe cringy to some people, but it was a free speech thing. Now look what people are talking about.
They're reading the Talmud, now being like
That, but also, why can we burn Qurans and not get suspended? Why is destroy
the Bible?
Yeah,
Should we all or not?
Right, we can destroy the American flag on X, no problem. Why slicing these? And so Elon apparently didn't suspend me for that. He suspended for a quote that I quoted about something, and it wasn't even violent at all. But that's the reason why I got a 6-month suspension. But I'm sitting here getting I told Elon, I'm literally getting threatened to death. There are literal cyber terrorists on your platform swatting me and coordinating it, laughing about it, taking pictures that they're doing it, literal felonies. Also, Jake, I was on Rumble and someone signed on Rumble as my social security number. It was like that was so my social security's doxed. Yeah. So these guys are not some people in a basement who are nervous.
No, it's highly organized groups. Yes. That had to come after me too. There's no other group that has all these higher organized groups that try to ruin your life. There's multi of them. There's like Stop Anti-Semitism. There's there's tons of them, and they go and just try to destroy people. Sometimes for small things. The guy who had a little Palestinian flag on his thing in Delta, and they tried to get him fired. I think they did, and they hired him back. Stuff like that. They've organized, gone after all my money. Like everyone I work with, they write them and try to be. Thankfully, most people I work with like don't care, and including a Jew guy I work with a lot. He just laughs at the messages, And I was a little worried, like, oh, is this guy going to believe the lies they tell him? He's like, bro, you obviously treat me good. So obviously you're not anti.
My buddy Mark Loblan. I never met him before.
Oh, Mark's a great guy.
Great guy. He's only half. It's all you're only half a monster. I just make a joke with him.
But he can joke about it.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
He's against APAC.
Yes, and he's right. So we talk about things like this all the time. There are people that are. I mean, so again, he having to say that to me is problematic.
It sucks we have to say that.
Well, I have to say that I have a white friend. No one says I have a white friend. Like it's just this is the problem with this whole supremacy. It's a framework where you have to say I have a Jew. I don't want to say anything, but the point is. We have to make sure that innocent people aren't hurt. And I preach against violence. Literally preach. In my speech at the JP conference, I said no violence. I've been saying no violence ever. When Dr. Eli David got mad at me, I said, dude, no violence.
He calls for violence.
He literally
calls for genocide.
Exactly. So
evil, wicked man.
So Twitter has Z speech, okay? They can say, look, Christopher Wood said, kill them all. Laura Loomer said crazy stuff. Dr. Evil David, I'll call him that, says crazy. All of these news are literally saying flatten Gaza. One guy, Jakob Wolf, exterminate entire bloodline. If I said that,
imagine exterminate the entire bloodline.
Imagine exterminate all the
Israelis. It's crazy the double standard. People are seeing that.
So me getting this suspension. Here's the thing: I was completely locked out. So then all you guys raised hell. This is my second time, by the way. The first time I had 3 months over something stupid. Again. Elon called me out, said, so he knows my name, he knows who I am. And people fought against that. I did come back in 3 months, but this time it's different. I'm 6 months, which is ridiculous. However, I have access to DMs. I have the ability to stream, to do spaces, and what else? Live stream, right? Yeah, I said that.
Access to DMs is huge.
That's how you connect.
That's how you connect with people too. Like I make so many connections over Twitter. Like that's
But I can still grow. So like before I was locked out, I can't grow. Now I can grow. So I'll reach 300,000 by the end of the week, which is great. So in a way, maybe it's better I'm not tweeting. Maybe it's good for me. I don't get in trouble. But this is different than last time. So he must have saw something because all you guys raised hell. Like Free Lucas Gage, what's going on? And you're showing like, here's what I said versus what Eli David said or Jakob Wolf said, Like, what about, are you going to suspend these accounts? They all literally calling for murder and genocide. There are no innocents in Gaza. Kill them all, flatten everything, glass Gaza. How about those calls? Those are literal calls for genocide. And you're taking my thing that is like not even close to it, And again, so I think Elon may have said, okay, fine, keep him the 6 months, but we'll give him access and it'll shut up. And it did shut everything up, honestly. And it's fine. But, as long as I have access to the DMs and I can actually stream, I can do some spaces. I'm still active. So
yeah, the DM's big because I communicate with people that way. If all the DMs are shut off, sometimes people don't have their phone numbers. You know, you fly into a town, you hit them up like, hey, let's connect.
Exactly.
It's like,
so it's not
unless you should get a bigger account, people like us, we can get a hold of like, you know, people that are hard to get a hold of.
Yeah. So that's what's happening. So this whole swatting thing, it's still going to this day. I mean, it's the intensity is, I'm not going to get swatted by the police with guns again. They know I'm a swatting victim. I spoke to the detectives and the Homeland Security people. They're working on what's going on. These are felonies, Jake. Yeah. This isn't going to be like
people. Yeah, they should be jailed.
These are not like if any of these guys messed up. I know there are a lot in it. I have a text that said you'll never catch us, whatever. But there are some who hear, and if they messed up, and the feds have their way of doing things. Believe me, guys, you're not safe if you messed up.
Yeah,
something will happen. So you know they understand
these serious crimes. People go to prison.
This is swatting is $15,000, 3 to 5 years in prison, something like that. Social Security identity theft is crime. So again, these people, if they messed up, I don't know where they live, but if they're in the United States and they think they're safe behind an avatar, you're not. They can find you anywhere. Okay. So again, you know, right now, they know I'm a victim, so I won't be swatted with guns again. They might have to call, if they call the VA again. They might say, Mr. Gage, we got a call. Okay, no problem. You're safe. Like I said, I'm going out of town for the week. So I told them no one's home. My wife's not home, so I told the police, like, okay, we'll just do a drive-by if we have to. So, you know, that's what's going on.
Sounds like the police have been great then.
They've been, well, once they saw night two, they're like, we're sorry, Mr. Gage. Because one of the sergeants, here's the thing, a lot of people say to me, don't talk to the cops. They're all pigs. This whole I've been talking with authorities. I've been
good cops and bad cops, like anything.
Right. Well, I said to this to the guy, and I said, look, thank God I talked to you guys like human beings, because I was always told, if you don't have a warrant, shut the door, don't talk to anyone, they're going to plant drugs.
All this depends on the situation.
Right, but I've been talking to them for years, so they know I'm a good person. Detective Cooney's been to my house literally since 2020 till now. So they know I'm a good person, they know I'm not crazy, not the person they say. So a lot of the officers, some of them already knew me, so when they swatted me, they're like, we're sorry, Mr. Gage, we know what's going on. The others didn't, the newer cops didn't know. Yeah. Now they all know. So that when I call the police, hey, it's Lucas Gage, hey, how you doing?
Hey, Lucas.
Yeah, I actually walk my dog down the street, cop pulls up. As I'm walking, he's like, it's for me. He goes, yeah, we got another call this time. Yeah, it's like, and he's like, look, everything's fine. It's just me. Troopers coming. I told them to back off. So they know I'm a victim. So now that I'm a victim, the swatting thing's finished. Can they still harass my family? Sure. Am I going to have to move? Probably.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know.
the big thing,
You don't answer this question, but it's been how much stress to put on your wife. You don't have to answer this.
It's very bad. It's very, and what makes me sick is that they attacked my wife and my aunts and my parents and like they leave these people out, but that's what they do. It's to make them turn against you.
This is why I very deliberately try to hold out any like private information.
You have to.
People can call me gay if they want, whatever. I'm keeping my private life private.
No, and you know the thing for me, I'm Mr. Transparent, and that's to my flaw there. Like look, Jake. This
you didn't know what you're getting to. I've been in the public eye for a while, so it's like I realized that you just don't want to.
No, it's
you see how like in fighting, how guys, as girlfriends and wives just get dragged and like
it's bad. And like for me, you know, as you mentioned before, the ADL. I had a smaller account, 20,000, 40, whatever it was. 60,
blown up.
So this is now I'm at a new influential level. Like I'm a super
you get a lot of engagement for your side.
And I'm like, dude, and I have all these people show me the labels on my account. One of them is like top spammer. I'm still getting it. Like I'm still getting through. But I'm not used to this influence. I'm Mr. Transparent. I'm Mr. Open Book. You can't be anymore, man.
No,
so I got to sell this house, move, and like literally protect my family. Never take a picture.
Yeah, no, it sucks. Things like you look at Joe Rogan. I know him personally for years. I've never seen his wife and kids. It's like this stuff's very deliberate. It sucks.
How about Tate? I don't know how many kids he has.
Everyone wants to show off pictures of their kids and stuff, but you see why you realize why these guys hide it out there.
Well, you know what? I told my wife, she's like, why did you do that? The pictures. They know, don't get mad. Get mad at the world that we can't put pictures of.
If you're proud of your family, you want to put your family out there. You should be.
We live in a world where we have psychopaths who want to send death threats to my family.
Kids, man, the death threats to the kids are the ones. It's just like, wow, these are. But then you see them killing kids in Palestine. Right. Like, wow, these people really would kill your kids.
Yes, and that's why I tell my wife, she's like, why don't we just like our kids are already in danger, no matter what. Me stopping.
You're already too far in. That you're already on their list. At this point, you got to keep going.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, I told my wife,
our friend Dan told me early on. Because I'm like, I think I'm gonna back off. I get people trying to get me canceled. Dan's like, bro, you're already too far in. Too much. Yeah. If you walk, you might as well just run at this point. You've already dug in. So.
And look, Jake, like I said, I tried to change my name and I did change. I tried to change my life. It doesn't work for us, man. It's like you never fighting again. It's like you never go to the gym again. I quit. It's
We're just fighters, bro. We can't help it. I tried stopping for a second, because everyone close in my life being like, hey, you're going to bring all these problems. They were going after all my work. Thankfully, people I work with, mostly my friends, and they're just like, get fucked.
Yeah.
They're laughing. They don't
You
give a shit.
need a strong support system. I think we have a
Very
team.
fortunate.
We're building
That's
a
why,
good team right
that's
now.
why I'm doing a lot of effort trying to help you too. I'm trying to bring people together. I was glad that that there was a Muslim. I mean, not all of them, but the Muslims were brought in because I've had good Muslim friends for a lot of years. So I'm glad a lot of Christians are starting to see that.
It was Christian Muslim Alliance. I was pushing for.
Yeah.
And it does take a certain kind of alliance with certain kinds of people. And sometimes there's bad apples we got to weed out. But we do that and we keep moving forward. It's hard to balance it, but we learn as we go along. But this is necessary because these people, what they do is they divide us from religion and race.
Mm-hmm.
And they keep us at each other's throat while they are united against all of us. And that's very tricky. So once you see that, we transcend those boundaries temporarily, even though we have differences. It's fine.
They'll be, as I've talked to Nick, I go, hey, right now, we worry about our difference later. People are like, oh, how are you friends with Nick when you disagree there? And it's like, I don't know, me and Nick, we can talk great. If we have differences, we can sort those out later. Right now, we're worried about this issue.
Yeah, those are metaphysical, philosophical differences. You have a physical enemy killing people and wants to kill you physically. That's the biggest threat. You can debate religion and politics later while you're still alive.
Yeah,
you have to be alive first.
That's right. For some reason, out of anyone I've ever dealt with, I have more people always trying to get me to disassociate and disavow Nick. It's weird. He's like a nice, kid. I've literally been involved, with fighting through mobsters, Hell's Angels, massive drug dealers, and Nick Fuentes is the guys everyone's telling me to disavow and disown. I'm like, this is like a nice, reasonable, logical. I can sit and have a conversation with him, and we can totally disagree about stuff without getting angry. That's why I was so surprised when I met him, how reasonable he was. I'm like,
he's very effective. That's why they're
that's why I made an effort to try to help mainstream. And obviously, it certainly wasn't just me, but that's when I started tweeting to get him back. I got him on the Hodge twins. I didn't want to do Tim Pool, but I was going to do Tim Pool just because.
Tim got scared, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. I was going to do Tim. The only reason I was doing Tim Pool, I knew I just do the show, was because I wanted to help mainstream Nick again. Yes. And then I did kind of trick Tim because he goes, okay, debates a couple of times. And I'm like, well, why do I have to get a couple of them? How would I bring a debate partner? Like, yeah, sure, pick someone. So I called him. I hit Nick up. I do it. He goes, yeah. I called him back and I go, okay, me and Nick Fuentes, when do you want to do it? And he just freaked out at first, like, no. He's kind of a weak man, so I kind of bullied him a little bit. I'm like, really? You said you were going to do it? And he goes, okay, well, let's do it then. We got to find some people. So he sends me on a goose chase to find people to debate. Obviously, it was easy. I kept being like, these two guys. He would say no. Well, one of them was Mark, because obviously he's not enough. So then I kept bringing people. He kept saying no. And then finally, I called him, doesn't answer my phone call. And then he has, after he gave me his word he was going to do it, has his assistant tell me, he's not going to do it. If Tim just would have called me himself and been like, man to man, he's like, hey, what I thought about it is bad for my brand. I'd be like, okay, Tim, I get it. But what kind of fucking coward can't give me a phone call back after he gave me his word he was going to bring me on there? And they've been trying to get me on the show for 2 years. And then he lies and says Jake's been begging to get on my show forever. It's like, bro, I've turned down 10 times. I don't like to post private DMs and emails, but I have them. I didn't post them. And I told him that. I really have to. If you call me a liar again, I'll go pull these up. I really don't like posting private DMs.
Sometimes you have to.
Yeah, I did it because he didn't call me a liar again, but it's come on. It's you can try to get a show for
I said that media is just a giant yarmulke. Yeah. That's what it is to me.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say I hate Tim. I just think he's, I don't know. I would still like to wake him up. I don't know if he's bought or just a fence sitter. I would still have a discussion with him because I just think he's a big voice, but he's
there are people, Jake, who don't know what's going on. There are people who know and they avoid it on purpose. So no, we can't have that guy.
He was just telling me ridiculous things I'm going to have to hire a bunch of security to come that day. I'm like, no one even knows he's going to be here. He went and did Hodge twins, no trouble.
What are you danger?
What are you talking about? I have 2 employees he's going to danger. I'm like, what is he going to do? He's friends with Laura Loomer. The guy's not some violent guy. He's skinny, polite, doesn't not rude to women. It's just he's so not the person they make him out to be. So when he's the guy, I'm hanging out with Hell's Angels in prison for 10 years because he fucking shot 3 people. And everybody, that's fine, but disavow Nick Fuentes or his name. Fuentes. Hey, what are you guys talking about? This is the guy you want me to disavow? You guys are out of your mind.
He's effective. He's young. I call him a kid. He's extremely effective. I'm old.
I know. I call him a kid, but I'm older. He's extremely effective because I started watching. Well, I think I talked to him before I started watching his clips. Just by text. And I started watching his clips after October 7th, and he is really, really good speaker, and he breaks it down with clarity. He has all the facts. He's been studying this for 7 years, like full time. You know, I've been studying it maybe like a year, like part time a little bit. Like he has every detail, every fact. He's the best debater, and that's why Tim freaked out when I said I have Nick coming. They knew they couldn't find anyone that's going to out debate me and Nick. Nick's, you know, a better debater to me. I've never done a debate, so that's why I'm like, and they're trying to get me to debate like 3 times by myself, and it's like I've never done a debate. I do discussions. So once I had Nick, they just freaked out because they knew they couldn't find anyone that would beat us.
Yeah, no, he's good.
There's truth on their side. That's why.
That's exactly
Jordan Peterson. You're calling him a rat. Why don't you go debate him?
He actually challenged all 3 of them, like Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
He would win that. He would.
Yeah, like I said, obviously, you know, I don't agree with him in every aspect. You don't have to say that, but like he's doing a great job. He's built a great network. He's a great speaker. He's built a great community. Everyone treated me great when I was out there. I was amazing.
The Guipers.
Yeah, I'm not like part of an organization. I'm not an organization, but I get along with them great. And they treat me great. They've done so much for the movement.
But even that, they lie about the America First movement. Oh, they're all homosexual incels. No, they're not.
Lots of them are married.
Exactly. And they're like, look, we're going to put our families first. We're going to put our career first. Like,
and there are a lot of them, you know, they're saying like wait till marriage, that's sex. And I personally don't agree with that, but I'm not against them thinking that way. Why do they not have a right?
That's their religion.
And yeah, their religion, they want to wait till marriage, has sex. Why is that a bad thing? I personally chose not to, but I'm not going to criticize them. And that's the thing too. Like, look at Dan. Now he's monogamous, but he was one of the biggest playboys of our generation. And him and Nick were still able to get along fine. It's not like we're judging people for the different decisions. People can respect each other.
We know that our personal differences do not outweigh this massive enemy that is literally putting us all in danger.
People try to use those small personal things to divide me against them.
But then there are people that have ideological differences that do harm us in the other way. So we can't be allies with those types of people. So that's just the reality.
Yeah, if someone's trying to bomb kids, it's just like I just have a hard time. Like, you know, it's hard looking past that. When you see all these dead pictures, it's just like I don't know. It's hard to not want to like be like, oh, why are you going so hard, Jordan Peterson, going after these guys so hard? It's like these guys are literally, and it's not even just that. They're trying to. They want these people to completely control America too. Look how they treat the Palestinians. Do you think they think any higher of me and you? I don't.
No, of course not. Again, and I told my wife, said, why do you do this? Because if we don't, our kids are going to end up with the Palestinians.
Yeah.
It's the same people who did the Russian Revolution, killed all those people. They're doing it now in Palestine. It's the same group of people doing it. Trust me, they'd want to do it here.
Yeah, I remember a couple years ago, I was being like, the way communism came back and what's going on now is so identical. It seems like it's the same people. I kept processing that in my head, and then I had the moment, it is the same people. Yep. And again, it's a mafia. It's not the whole crew. It's an organized mafia of them.
Yeah, no, it is. And again, they're also victims of this themselves, but it's just unfortunately,
the majority of them, the ones at the top are evil. You know, guys like Meyer Lansky was the head mobster in America. There's no films about the mafia.
Yeah, it's always Italian, and that's another thing. They own Hollywood, so what they do is, when it comes to the slave movies, it's the white man who slaves them. And when it comes to the mafia, it's Italians. Now, the Italians had a mob, but it wasn't as powerful as Burger Incorporated.
Yeah,
you know, it wasn't. Meyer Lansky was one of the biggest ones.
Exactly. He never went to prison.
And this Las Vegas was founded by Mo Dallas.
Yeah.
Pretty much. She put it together.
Yeah.
And then the ADL gave him a freaking Freedom Torch Award.
Yeah, these guys, these mobsters helped form his sending weapons across.
Yes,
People don't understand how the little mafia, Israeli government, they infiltrated the U.S. government. So all the Italian mafia guys went to prison with the RICO Act. The Jew guys went into government.
Yeah, but it's white supremacy.
Yeah, it's white supremacy. Yeah, you start going down the rabbit hole, and it's just, it's insane. At first, you start thinking you're a little bit crazy, and then you just keep digging and digging, and you're like, am I crazy? And you start being, no, I'm not crazy.
And that's why they do things like swatting and things like this to me and other people. And Nick, even at one point, no-fly zone, right? You've been attacked. Did you get doxxed? Your number got out?
Yeah, they got my my address, but luckily I had my old address on the ID that I get. I can't say it was from the Twitter thing, but I gave it over there. And then
you gave authentic.
It could have been a different way, but.
Yeah, I asked one of the detectives. It's not that hard to get a Social Security if you have people in areas that are corrupt. It could be at the realtor can do it, SA's Social Security office, you can slip it in there. I mean, there's ways to get it done. But I believe, I know, it's just intelligence behind all these attacks.
Yeah.
It might outsource to some freaky satanic pedophile 764 crew. But why? After I started talking about certain things, that's why.
And historically, this stuff has always had the biggest, spy operations and the biggest blackmail operations. It's not just Epstein. That's not the only Israeli spy.
That's the one we know of.
Yeah, I mean, P. Diddy might be one. There's
What was the NXM one, the NXMI or something? The Wexler people, that kind of stuff. There's all.
Well, Meyer Lansky supposed to get blackmail of Hoover, who was
he was like
his longest reigning, he was the longest reigning guy of was CIA, FBI was he in charge of?
I think he was
CIA, right? He was the longest guy in charge of that, and he had him like blowing some dude in a dress or something.
Yeah, he was a freak.
And then he started doing his own blackmail parties, and probably giving them to Meyer Lansky. This is just speculation, but then also I looked. I was digging and stumbled across. I can't remember the name. There was a guy in Syria who ran a massive blackmail operation, and all the politicians. And this was a long time ago, like in the 60s, 50s, 60s. But it just shows this is something they've been doing forever. Like I said, I think they were trying to do some weird shit to me when I was in.
I got this chick over there.
Yeah, right. Like, oh, this girl wants to sleep with you. I'm just like, that's just weird. They're trying to push a girl to sleep with you, and then they go in that room and do it. She's like,
go over the cameras that are hidden. That's what it was.
Yeah, thankfully I was smart enough to say no. That just popped in my head a couple weeks ago. Remember, there was this, I'm at this party, and then they throw this girl in my lap, but it didn't like feel like the regular like fan situation. Because I know fans. I've been being a fighter, girls want to sleep with you, but like they more know who you are and stuff. And it was like, oh, this girl's a big fan. She wants to sleep with you. I'm kind of like. She's attractive too, but looked a little young. But they said like 19 or something. And I'm just like, I don't like people trying to pressure me or anything sexual. And I was like, nah, it's good. But they were like so pushy about it. It was like really
get
weird.
in that room, but there's no cameras, man.
Yeah, it's so weird that came to me, and I'm like, I remember the time it just felt really weird. It didn't feel anything, nothing natural about it, and I hated when people try to press me to do anything sexually. So I'm just like, no, and I left. But like, imagine if it did go back there and then she wasn't of age.
You wouldn't be here talking.
Yeah, I would. I could be like Jordan Peterson right now. Give them hell.
Give them hell.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how many of these influencers have black. They all go to Israel. Everyone takes an info trip. Every politician. A lot of men's weakness is women. They probably throw some girl, they get them all makeup, get them a little older. Hey, go in that room.
Oh, she was 14, right? Huh? Hey, we better sign this bill here. There you go. Jerusalem said, okay.
You're gonna do whatever we say from now on.
Exactly. That's the problem with these people.
Yeah. Yeah, before we wrap up, anything else? I'll read a few audience questions, but anything before we...
I just want to tell everyone, look, all of us are in this fight together. I always tell people that some of us are on the front lines and we need people behind. We cannot do this alone, guys. Yeah. We just can't. We all need support. We need to help each other no matter what. Because, our enemy is super organized. They have thousands and thousands of organizations. They have infinite money because they have the banks. They control the media. We're fighting here from the ground.
Politicians.
Yes. So we need to start uniting with each other. And we don't have to agree on every single thing, but most of the things that's important we have to agree on. We got to focus on this one enemy that is literally destroying all of us in different ways. Okay, and every race is under attack. Every religion is under attack. So let's put race and religion. I'm not saying go marry off, daughters to Africans or convert to Islam. People get confused.
Yeah,
you can be pro-white, you can be pro-black, pro-Islam.
I'll work with black nationalists.
Do whatever you want. Yeah, I work with everyone. Preserve your people. If maybe you want to mix, go ahead and mix. That's okay. Live and let live. We have enough room for everyone, but we won't have any room if these people win.
No, we need to work together. I couldn't agree more. We need to start brainstorming. I think we're doing an amazing job with information war, but we need to start ideas beyond that. How are we going to get politicians, PACs? We need, that's what we're doing a lot of the behind the scenes, talking to some of these billionaires, and surprised how many guys you find out agree with us or are scared to say it.
Where do they execute? Where do they put their money? They got to, like Nick has good donors behind him. He's doing something. He's building an organization. That's why I was impressed with him. I didn't know much about him.
Nick's done so much for his age. It's so impressive.
It's incredible. Yeah,
completely banned from everything.
Yeah, so he's got this America First organization, and he's got people in different organizations. He's already doing. He's probably maybe himself will run for politics one day. But we need more of that. We need multiple organizations like his to be out there and funding each other and working together and pushing.
They don't all need to be exactly the same. This is a hardcore Christian. There needs to be some that aren't hardcore Christians, but they can work and be allies with each other. Like to me, I believe in God, but I'm not a Christian. Maybe one day we'll be, or Muslims really trying to convert me over.
They're always trying.
I do believe in God.
I got a Quran for you.
I think it's basically a very similar God, other than Jesus being
I believe in
the Savior. But they both love and adore Jesus, so it's like I can relate to people. But like I said, I'm not a hardcore Christian, so I can't be like, oh, I'm part of Nick's movement, but he's an ally of mine and does amazing things. We need other movements that are allies. That maybe people that aren't as religious don't want that aspect and. Would all work together towards a bigger goal.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And that's why I tell people, just work with each other, put aside the little egotistical problems and move forward. And we got this enemy.
We've done a great job of doing it, too. Yeah. We've getting to, hey, trying to, if there's something public, if somebody, you have the guy's number, give him a freaking call before you blast him on public, stuff like that. It's like, do private chats. Occasionally, there's still little people that don't quite mix. I know you've had a few
Yeah, I got to do
It
something.
happens though.
else.
Sometimes there's someone that you disagree with and you have to call them out publicly. That's just there are times where something's too big of a disalignment where there has to be a public feud, you know. So I'm not saying you have to 100% avoid those, but for the best case, we need to work together.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%.
Let's see if there's any interesting audience questions. I saved a few, and then we can wrap this up and go maybe hit the lake or something.
Yeah.
Let's see, what's the first one? What is your opinion on the tall?
I think it's wonderful. No, I think it was sent back to hell where it belongs after this one.
Yeah, I went and looked through it after that. You can have sex with a 3-year-old?
Yeah, there's some.
What do you think about that? That was kind of a And it's when I posted that, it's like, hey, that's not true. Take it down. I'm like, I did a lot of research. It's true. You know?
There are some memes out there that have incorrect things, but you could actually go to safari.org or whatever and see what's written there. And they in the top they say Christ is burning in hot semen and shit. And they'll say, no, it's not Christ, it's some other Jesus. It's like, but the thing is that Jesus who got punished in that way is what Christ did also. It's the same punishment.
Yeah, it's obviously the same.
Exactly. So, but even if it weren't, it's the same punishment Jesus would get. But Balaam is the code. It's him. It's literally him. And I've seen rabbis admit that it's him. But again, going back to the top is like as a book of laws about the Torah. What can you do? And they say things like, if you want to do evil, go in this other city.
Did you rob and not kill and on? Again, obviously not all people that follow the Torah believe this, but it is in the book. And I think people should be aware of that.
I mean, some people might not even know about this at all. The Babylonian top is like almost some people argue a perversion of Judaism. There are people who say it's not the same. People say they do. Either way, it's what's in there is really anti-Gentile. It's super racist, supremacist. And it gives this mindset that they treat the Palestinians the way they do.
Yeah.
And that's why I torched it as an act of, again.
Yeah, like my one friend is Andrew Meyer or something. He's a friend of mine who wanted to take it down, but I'm like, bro, I just can't because I think it's true. He's like, true. I'm like, but it is true. I did the research. I'm sorry that I'm offending you. He was trying to say it wasn't the case, but
where's the refutation?
Yeah, but
there's never.
No, that's what I told him. Like, you're my friend. I'm not like trying to. I think you are. He is strongly against the genocide going on in Netanyahu. So I like the guy. So I didn't want to be like.
Not a fan of mine,
Okay, well, I get along with him.
Yeah, no, I don't care.
I think he might be in Vegas right now. Maybe
bring him to the boat.
I don't know about on the boat. Maybe somewhere else. I don't know. Can't bring him on the boat. Maybe do something else. But no, he's an extremely nice guy. Okay, let's go through a couple more questions real quick. Did the community condemn the people harassing you? Or are they doing anything to stop people harassing you?
Yeah, so this is another thing about supremacy. Some Jews say, I disagree with this. Like one or two, honestly. Most of them say, you deserve more, you should be in prison. This is what you, like even the locksmith, karma's a bitch. They never correct each other. And the fact it's in their religion, I forgot the term, like Shazam or some weird thing in one of those, I don't know if it's in the top or whatever, but it's like, you cannot rat on your fellow legally. So in private, like, hey, stop, but not. So you'll never see one go underneath the, hey, stop doing that, man. They'll just say, I disagree with this. So, like, for
that's a code I follow with my friends, but for a whole people, that's a little.
Yeah, it's literally like a mafia code. You don't refute your fellow under the Gentiles.
Yeah, because my friend, I would never refute him. I'd always do it in private. So I get the perspective.
The same face.
You have millions of people. That's kind of.
But no official, like the ADL, like, go, hey, stop doing this, Lucas Cage. Hey, stop anti. Say, hey, we disagree with this. Don't do it to his family. Sharion.org or Canary Mission or whoever. This guy is laughing about it. Thinks it's great. This guy is cool. He says, I disagree with this stuff. I would never do that, but doesn't stop the people he knows are doing it. Right?
Yeah. If I hadn't had friends, I'd probably be nice. To be honest, because the way I've been treated and the stuff I see on Twitter, the mass, it'd be so easy. I could see how people would be like, man, that's these people. Yeah. But fortunately, I've had, like two of my best friends have been honorable people. Yeah. They even though one of them really disagrees a lot what I'm saying, they still stood by me. They I stayed at their houses. So like, there's definitely good Jewish people out there, and that's actually why I always resisted this conspiracy of who control the world. I'm like, because they weren't in on it, but it's a small group. And these guys are used as pawns.
Yeah, well, they're easily deceived to do it.
Let's see, we'll do one or two more questions. How did you get doxxed? Does doxing development as a coordinator push back against his message increased? How is the Social Security compromised from a security perspective at this point? Do you consider relocating?
Yeah, so relocation is really top priority right now. I mean, we could just sit there and we're not moving. Fuck you. And just sit there and take the abuse
for the family is the hard part.
But the thing is,
it would be, but
let's suppose they stop tomorrow. That doesn't mean they won't start next month. And you don't know how many people are in this group. It could be different groups at different times. So the fact that we know where we are, that alone is an anxiety thing for my wife.
Yeah, I think we're probably a lot more.
And plus,
you a little bit.
Yeah, for me, when we do,
have PTSD
I have PTSD is the anxiety part. I'm sitting there, like, I literally sat there by the window like this. Who's that? Amazon? Oh, no, it's pizza. Like, everyone that comes to the house, my dad swatted me, an accident, not swatted, but he showed up unannounced. I'm like, oh, it's my dad. It's the anxiety of someone to show up at any time. That's it. It's an intrusion on privacy. But yeah, so location is number one priority. How they got my social, I have no clue. I have no idea. I got doxxed years ago. That I know because I shared a picture of my home when I bought it from the Zillow picture. So someone did reverse. It was sleep. I didn't know people were sick like that.
That's why I very purposely don't put my home in there.
Yeah, I didn't know people were sick.
LLC, I keep it as hard to find as possible.
Yeah, so that's what I need to do next is sell my home. And look, my home doubled in value. The market sucked. I'll just buy a house in cash somewhere better with better gun rights because I can't have a gun in New Jersey. So then I might as well move anywhere.
That's insane to me that you're not a felon or you can't have a gun.
It's the PTSD. And they said, look, you could have a gun. Just get a doctor's note. I said, okay. They said, any doctor? I said, a gyno? She's like, anything. Okay. No doctor will do it because, Jake, if something happens, it's on the doctor.
Any doctors in New Jersey watching this, you should
hey, you want to help me? I withdrew my application. I wasn't denied, but my wife can get a gun.
It's completely unfair that you can't. I couldn't imagine not having a gun going through what you're going through.
Well, my wife can have one, and then she had to sign a document saying I can't touch it. So what's the point? Yeah, she's going to shoot the person.
Yeah, she's
and then
like she knows how to use a gun.
Listen, New Jersey's laws are horrible.
So if you grab the gun and shoot them, they'll flip out on you.
Well, if the guy walks, if he comes to you, you have to let him run away. Number one.
They're in your home.
Right. And so it's not like Florida, like you step like this, you're dead. You come in Jersey, either you run away or he runs away. It's like, what the hell? And if you shoot him while he's running away, you're screwed. So if he has a gun, you can shoot him, but he better be pointing at you. It's like all these weird things.
Yeah.
It's just, no, it's a bad state to be in for me.
Okay.
No, 100% agree. Again, what we're doing is extremely important. So I encourage everyone, again, whether you can do it at our level or even on a personal level, just do it at some level where you're waking some, because you never know.
Wake up one family member.
You never know what they do.
Yeah.
You never know who you're going to meet. You never know who's watching. I didn't know Dan was looking at my stuff. I didn't know the tapes were looking. I didn't know.
Look how big these guys are.
I mean, you followed me. I was like, where did you come from?
Now Dan's tweeting, you know?
Well, I'm like, you started following me. Jake Shields. All right, cool. I'm like,
I think we met during the band ADL, I think, because, I saw you were one of the main guys.
Yeah.
We were just blowing that up.
You never know who's watching, folks. You never know who's listening. You never know who wants to support you. You know, so just tell the truth and whatever. Again, do what you can from where you're at. If you do that, you're doing plenty. So,
I saw Tristan went and openly admitted that he was wrong about it. It takes a lot to admit you're wrong about something. We don't. We're stubborn men. We hate admitting wrong. I've done the same thing. Admitted to me. I told Nick face to face. I apologize. But he did it by. And Nick gets it. He understands why everyone turned against him. He's like, and Nick's really appreciative. He was just completely vilified. Can you imagine you got your voice taken away for 7 years? At least now people know you're telling the truth.
Yeah, now he has the ability to challenge even Jeremy Boring in space. And
he's destroying these people.
Yeah, it's awesome.
But, hey, man, thanks so much for coming out. That was a good conversation.
Good to see you.
Now let's go have some fun.
You only accepted reason.